The Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network is proud to present Division III baseball from Fox Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. Hello, baseball fans. I am Kyle Haney, spending a Tuesday afternoon with you, high noon here on Fox Field in Lynchburg as the Hornets hosting the Wittenberg Tigers. Wittenberg University comes into this two-game, seven-inning doubleheader. It's a double-dip day, but just 7 innings for each of them. It'll be Wittenberg at 4-2. Lynchburg is the 12th ranked team in the country right now. They enter the contest, game 1 anyway, today at 5-4. Last time out, Lynchburg dropped 2 of 3 to York. That was an interesting 3-game series this weekend. Lynchburg lost game 1 on Saturday, rallied to win the first game of the day Sunday, and then an explosion late by York in the 9th inning, in fact, gave the visitors the series win. It's actually the first time Lynchburg has lost a regular season series since 2021. You have to go back to April of 2021 for that. York pounded out the most hits against Lynchburg since April of 2022. That was in game 1 of the series. So we saw some historic things. It's a new season. It's a new year. We're all still talking about the 2023 National Championship for Lynchburg, but this is a new team. And sometimes when you make those comparisons, or even if it's not a comparison, even if you're just talking about the game, sometimes it really is unfair to the current team to even speak of those things in the same breath, because it is a brand new season. I would argue still a successful start for Lynchburg. They've got a 5-4 record after all, but the standard is set very high. They do not like losing games. And Coach Travis Beasley said his team had a really good practice yesterday. Feels like they're in a good place. Knows they're going to be in for a tough test here with the Wittenberg Tigers. 4-2. Wittenberg was 32-10 last season. So it's definitely a program that has had some success. Brian McGee in his 8th season at Wittenberg, 5 straight winning seasons. On the mound for Lynchburg will be freshman number 28, Colin McGuire. He's from Cross Junction, Virginia, just outside the Winchester area. Colin McGuire has a 4.5 earned run average in 6 innings pitched this season, 3 appearances, including 1 scoreless inning this weekend against York. He only threw about 14 pitches in that game, so he gets the ball here in game 1 to start. It could end up being one of those bullpen days, a Johnny Holstaff kind of a game where Lynchburg and perhaps Wittenberg as well uses multiple arms, or you never know. You could see a guy like this freshman Colin McGuire get extended if he is successful. We'll run down the Wittenberg starting lineup for you here in just a second. The leadoff man is number 3, Ben Siebert, playing third. Tommy Chalecki's playing second, batting second. Connor O'Malley in right field, hitting third. The DH and cleanup is Matt Moore. Xander Rodriguez is a talented freshman playing first base for the Tigers. Rocco Royer in left field was the leading hitter last year. You get a ground ball to Brandon Garcia, popped out of the mitt. He scrambled to get it back and then threw across. And we'll see if that is a hit or an error, but it's a base runner on early for Wittenberg. Just continuing the starting lineup here for the Tigers. Alex Newmanatis plays short and hits 7th. The catcher is Parker Gracevic, hitting 8th, and Braden Pfeffer in center field, batting 9th. On the mound again for Lynchburg is Colin McGuire. The battery mate is Sean Pokerat. Sophomore from Dumfries, Virginia, will go around the infield right to left. The man that just caught the pickoff attempt is the 5th-year guy. Josh Jorman led Lynchburg in average last season. On the right side with him will be second baseman sophomore Ben Jones. Sophomore Brandon Garcia at short, and Gavin Collins, a senior, is playing third as usual for Lynchburg. In the outfield, left to right, it goes like this. Logan Webster in left. O'Kelly McWilliams IV is in center, and Quinn Madden in right field. Breaking ball off the plate for Colin McGuire. We get thrown into the fire here early with a base runner. Sounded like it was ruled an error, an E6 on Brandon Garcia. It's a cruel position out there at shortstop. You just really have to be perfect to get those good, fast runners as they hustle down the line. Shortstop's always going to have the longest throw. And you get some unpredictable bounces out there. There's one, it looked like Brandon Garcia was in the textbook fielding position, but just sometimes that last hop can just play just a slight trick on you, causes you not to be 100% clean. It popped out. I thought Brandon made a good play to pick it up barehanded and fire across pretty quickly, but couldn't get Siebert on the run. Speaking of running, this is a Wittenberg team that does not steal a whole lot, but offensively, they have been very good this season, batting .326 as a unit. They had an opening series against Ferrum on the road against the Panthers, an ODAC team that Lynchburg fans should remember. And they took 2 of 3 from the Ferrum Panthers. Then they went down to Fayetteville and played in the Methodist Monarchs spring, I think it's called the Armstrong Invitational down there at Methodist. I think they came straight from Fayetteville. Wittenberg is in Ohio, about a 6.5-hour drive from Lynchburg. But I think Wittenberg came up from that tournament in Fayetteville this weekend, as McGuire has sent a steady diet of pickoff attempts over to first base to keep an eye on Siebert. Tommy Chalecki hitting second, playing second, and he just got hit. That was a fastball that rode in on his front shoulder there. He turned away at the last second to avoid any kind of major damage, but it's the first 2 base runners on. Colin McGuire hasn't really been able to settle in just yet. Yeah, good job to kind of get behind that front shoulder. A lot of times young players will jump out of the way, but as you move up in the ranks as a baseball player, you really got to stay in there and learn to just kind of wear that on the front shoulder. If you can turn a little bit, maybe tuck the chin underneath, do some of those things to protect yourself a bit. Strike 1 for Colin McGuire on the 3-hole man, Connor O'Malley. Connor O'Malley, left-handed. You can already tell he's got some size. I think you can tell that from your screen. He'll swing on this and send it to left field. Logan Webster tracks it, pulls it in just in front of his chin, and that's the first out of the ball game. It'll bring up the designated hitter, Matt Moore. Matt Moore, another big, tall guy in there, a senior from Wadsworth, Ohio. .385 with 10 RBI already this season. This will be career game number 100 for Matt Moore. Congratulations to him. On the other end of the spectrum is the guy he's facing on the mound, the freshman Colin McGuire. It's McGuire's first start, so congrats to McGuire. Gets the ball handed to him in what figures to be a very tough non-conference affair here. 2 7-inning games scheduled for today. That was a schedule adjustment because we're looking like we're going to have rain in Central Virginia tomorrow. These teams were going to play today and tomorrow, just a 9-inning game each day. But the schedule adjusted. Lynchburg still trying to get the pitching order and everybody in shape. So early in the year, it can be difficult to play so many games in so few days. Remember, Lynchburg played York for 1 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. So just 1 day off, and you got to turn around and play at least 14 innings, scheduled for 7-inning doubleheaders, but that doesn't mean they can't go to extra innings, right, baseball fans? And then it'll be 2 on Saturday against Bridgewater. This ball laced up the middle. O'Kelly McWilliams will get to it quickly, but the runner will score. That's Ben Siebert coming across for the first run of the ball game. Wittenberg takes a 1-0 lead. That was a line drive laser up the middle from Matt Moore. His outstanding season will continue. And here comes another guy that's had a great start to the year. Xander Rodriguez is a freshman. All he's done is hit .421 in the first 6 games for Wittenberg. Looks like an offensive timeout coming here for the Wittenberg Tigers. This is one that you'll see in the college game from time to time. You don't see this really ever in the big leagues. So sometimes as a baseball fan, you're not used to this when a little offensive meeting happens here on the first baseline. I would argue it gives Colin McGuire maybe a few seconds to settle himself. Xander Rodriguez maybe just getting the game plan there. So I guess the thought process is potential sacrifice bunt maybe, but with 1 out, that's probably not in play. So maybe just a hit and run idea, maybe just a concept for Xander Rodriguez, and the coach wanted to bring the base runners in on it as well. Ball in the dirt, just kicked away from Sean Pokerock, but he was able to sequester it enough so the runner could not advance. 1-0 count here with one out in the top of the first inning. Kyle Haney taking the solo flight. We've got the LHSN ground control making it look and sound good. We are so glad you're watching. We know we've got some Wittenberg fans tuning in. We know we got a lot of Lynchburg fans that are watching because these midweek games, a lot of times it can be difficult to get away from work or whatever's going on, whereas on the weekends you might be a little bit more likely to make it out to Fox. So we're glad to have any kind of an audience anytime. Sean Pokerock will take a slow walk to the mound to chat with Colin McGuire. Sophomore and freshman battery there. And pitching options, again, all day will be interesting and something to watch for because Lynchburg did play 2 on Sunday. Lynchburg had 3 over the weekend, and then you're still trying to set up that first Old Dominion Athletic Conference series this Saturday with Bridgewater. That is on the road at Bridgewater, scheduled for 11-2. Look like there might be a little bit of rain potentially Saturday, but no schedule changes yet. And you can keep up to date with all that stuff on lynchburgsports.com or follow us on the social media destinations, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Threads, and sign up for those email alerts. Tim LaDuca always gives me a little bonus in the paycheck if I mention the email alerts. That's not true. That's a joke, fans. He just deducts money if I don't say it. Colin McGuire looks like he's got himself a 2-1 count here. 1 out in the top of the first. 1 out in the top of the first. Runners on first and second for Wittenberg. I mean, we are right into the fire here. Xander Rodriguez swings on this one, lifts it high. Triangle ball. I don't think Quinn Madden sees it. Now he does finally see it in the sun, and he'll pull it in. If that was a deke or a fake out from Quinn Madden, it was pretty good because it looked like he was having a hard time tracking that ball in a blue sky, high sky, sunny kind of a day here. We've just got a few wispy clouds. It's in the mid to upper 60s right now in Lynchburg. Jorman, the first baseman, went out deep, and also Ben Jones was making a long run from his position to track that ball. And there is 2 outs now as Quentin Madden makes the grab. First pitch to Rocco Royer, the left fielder for Wittenberg, will take ball number 1. Rocco Royer, I believe, was Wittenberg's leading average man last year. Yeah, just started 14 games, but hit .429. And in those 14 starts, 21 total, he had 5 doubles and 5 home runs. So the home run percentage there is fairly high. We can work up those numbers for Rocco Royer. That was last season. Wittenberg does return a lot. Looks like Wittenberg returns 7 out of the top 9 hitters from last year. So it's another team, much like York, that is really loaded and really full of high expectations. Much like Lynchburg. Lynchburg lost quite a few big names, but we know they return quite a few big names as well. And they return some guys who may not be quote-unquote big names, but big on talent, big on aspirations and dreams and that competitive fire that you want. Here's the ball sprayed into right field. That is down. Lands just in front of the warning track. Madden's going to try to track it down. 1 run is in. Second run coming home. We've got a play at the plate. There's the throw from Jones. Pokerock makes the grab, and then the tag for the 3rd out of the inning. Excellent relay throw from Ben Jones to limit further damage, but Wittenberg has struck early. The Tigers on top, 2-0 after 2 base hits. They leave 1 stranded, and we head to the bottom of the first inning at Fox Field on LHSN.
My name is Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology, and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
A good start for the visitors as they get a couple base hits. That was the sharp single up the middle from the designated hitter, Matt Moore. That scored the first run. And Wittenberg also got base runners on via an error from Brandon Garcia and then a hit by pitch in there as well. And Lynchburg was able to limit further damage thanks to a really nice relay, which is coming in right here. You see number 30, Matt Moore, tried to get around the tag with the feet first slide. Good job by Sean Pokerock to hold on. That's exactly how you teach it. He got nice and low to receive the throw coming in from Ben Jones. It was a great throw from Ben Jones. Caught it, doubled up with the bare hand in the glove to apply the tag on Matt Moore. Nice play there by Lynchburg defensively. Give the right fielder Quinn Madden some credit in that equation as well for getting to the ball, getting the first relay throw to Ben Jones, and then Jones with the long turn and fire home. And that's about as long a throw as a second baseman's ever really going to have in a ball game there for Benny Bombs. So nice job defensively for Lynchburg to limit further damage, but it is 2-0. It's a 2-0 lead right now for Wittenberg in the bottom of the first. O'Kelly McWilliams is the leadoff man for Lynchburg. This is a slight change. We had been used to Brandon Garcia here in this leadoff spot and McWilliams hitting second. They have flipped. Kind of looks like Eric Hyatt and Ben Jones have flipped as well. So with that, let me just tell you the rest of the order here as McWilliams fouls one off. O'Kelly McWilliams, the fourth, the center fielder, leads off. Brandon Garcia, shortstop, hitting second. Eric Hyatt is DHing and hitting third. Ben Jones will be in the cleanup spot today, playing second, of course. Quinn Madden in right field is hitting fifth. Gavin Collins, sixth. Logan Webster in left field, batting seventh. Sean Pokerock, the catcher, hits eighth. And rounding out the batting order is Josh Jorman, the first baseman. So a few changes in there, and changes are not uncommon for any college baseball team, but definitely not uncommon for Lynchburg. Lynchburg fans that were around last year will remember how much the lineup changed. The Hornets did not duplicate a regular season lineup. I think they duplicated one regular season lineup, as in they used the same lineup twice. Now, they had a lot of the same personnel in there for various lineups, but changes throughout the batting order, like a few little shuffles that we have today. O'Kelly McWilliams has worked a nice long at bat. He'll swing and miss at that. Looked like an off-speed pitch, maybe a slider from the starter, number 41, Andrew Rust. That's the first out of the ball game. With the strikeout, Andrew Rust wears number 41. He has made one appearance. He has one win. It was in a relief role. He threw 4.1 innings, struck out 7, and only walked 2. So already that K to walk ratio is exactly what you want for this man, Andrew Rust. He'll be facing the left-hander, Brandon Garcia. Just taking a look back to last season, Rust was 3-0 in 8 appearances. 6 of those were starts. Didn't log a lot of innings, but the fact that he's 3-0 tells you he did something really good. K to walk ratio was completely even at 1-to-1 last season. It was 14 strikeouts to 14 walks. But he seems to have turned that around this year. Just the early scouting report looks like he has pretty good life, pretty good velocity out of the hand, and that sweeping slider or slurve that he got O'Kelly McWilliams out on was really impressive. Looked like he did the same thing there, backdoor slider to Brandon Garcia. Ground ball right side, handled by the first baseman, and then a flip to Andrew Rust, covering. That was Xander Rodriguez with the soft toss to get Brandon Garcia out. It's the second out of the inning. And here comes the designated hitter, Eric Hyatt. Eric Hyatt, average didn't jump up much this weekend, but he did really significantly improve the on-base percentage. In one of those York games, Hyatt was 0 for 1 with 3 walks. So Eric Hyatt definitely embodies that patient, disciplined approach at the plate that Lynchburg has. Led the country in walks last season. They had also done that a couple years prior. It was 302 walks last year. That equates to 5.39 walks per contest. And this year, Lynchburg's got 46 walks. That's just over 5.11 walks per game for Lynchburg this season. Hyatt has watched a couple go awry from Andrew Rust. And now he'll work with a good hitter's count. 2 outs, bottom of the first, Lynchburg trailing 2-0. Here's the pitch from Rust. That also misses. Outfield pretty much straight away on Eric Hyatt, who hits just 185 on the season, but that's not really reflective of how good Eric Hyatt is. The on-base percentage is up to 400 for Eric Hyatt, so that's a pretty good number there, getting on 4 out of every 10 times. Swing and miss for Hyatt on that one. Don't know if that was a true slider or if Rust fastball just has kind of a cutting action that goes away from a right-hander. Typical righty fastball would sink and go back into the body of a right-handed hitter. But some guys are different. Everybody's different, and there's a good-looking pitch to get Eric Hyatt out swinging. 2 punch-outs in the first inning for Andrew Rust. And Wittenberg holds on to the 2-0 lead after 1 complete at Fox Field.
Tim Slusser from the Outdoor Leadership Program gave a presentation at a teaching and learning resources conference here about getting his program more involved on the academic side of campus. I mentioned computers and mapping, and he mentioned caving, and eventually we came up with the idea of mapping caves.
So the week before we were able to learn how to use the instruments kind of like on a flat surface and just kind of get a hang of how they work. But it was really amazing how once we got in the cave, it was a completely different experience using them.
It was unique. It got most of us out of our comfort zone, kind of gave us a new experience, a new taste of something new. But I think the most difficult parts were getting the lighting right. You had to read the instruments with the headlamps while keeping your eye pointed on the plot point.
This allowed them to actually literally get their hands dirty, collecting data, conducting measurements, and putting all that together in the form of a map, and doing it in a place that's never been mapped before.
Seven, 8, 9 due up for the Wittenberg Tigers. They are 4-2. They are 3-1 on the road this season. A couple neutral site games in there for Wittenberg. They have not been at home yet. They were picked second in the NCAC conference. And they got a pretty tough schedule this season, including this early season double dip with the defending national champions. 2023 national title for Lynchburg baseball. 1-0 count for Colin McGuire, who's still out there for Lynchburg, working from the stretch, evens it up at 1-1. The hitter is the shortstop, Alex Newmanatis. Batting with the bases clear. Wittenberg scored 2 in the top of the first. There's a foul ball back to the screen. Looks like Newmanatis on the year is hitting .308. He started and played in 4 of their first 6. Really, I mentioned it's a Wittenberg offense that seems to be rolling early on this year. .326 as a team. The slugging percentage is at .431. They're on base right around .440. They're scoring 8.33 runs per game. Count should be full on Newmanatis. Yeah, 8.33 runs per game. Compare that to Lynchburg just scoring 5.78 runs per game. It's not one you talk about a ton in baseball, the runs per game. You know, you would bring that up a lot in football and basketball. But in baseball, you talk about the average and the ERA a whole lot. But in the end, the runs are the only thing that matter on the scoreboard. That's how you win the game. So maybe broadcasters, myself included, should be talking about the runs per game a little bit more. Over 8 per game right now, early in the year for Wittenberg. Against some good competition as well. Took 2 of 3 from Ferrum. Those were all high-scoring games. Game they lost was 14-10. Wittenberg beat the Panthers 13-4 and 8-5. Wittenberg beat Methodist 13-5. Lost 4-0 to CNU. The Christopher Newport captains figure to have another great season this year on the baseball diamond. That's an opponent that Lynchburg has squared off against in years past. A memorable win over CNU, who was ranked at the time last year on Fox Field. That was a big one for Lynchburg. 0-2 count here for Colin McGuire. He'll jump throw one over to first base. The hitter is the catcher, Parker Gracevic. Yeah, just going back to Wittenberg real quick. The 4-0 loss to CNU, and then they beat Immaculata 6-5, another team that is typically well thought of as a baseball program and ranked many times. So it has been a great early season test for Wittenberg. You could say the same thing for Lynchburg, who is now ranked 12th in the country. 5 of the first 6 opponents for the Hornets were ranked. And if you recall, Lynchburg was 4-2 through those first 6 games, now 5-4 after dropping 2 of 3 to a very talented York team who looks to make a lot of noise this year. Colin McGuire with another throw to first. McGuire's really got a commitment to holding runners close, doesn't he? That was clearly part of the game plan coming in for him individually and perhaps for the entire Lynchburg team. Here's the pitch to the catcher, Gracevic. It's interesting, too, because base running numbers not really high right now for Wittenberg. 5 stolen bases as a team. Siebert, the leadoff man who we saw get on, has 3 of them. Luke Thomas has 2. Luke Thomas is not in the lineup here, at least not for game 1 anyway. There's a pitch that just missed for McGuire. So 5 stolen bases as a team for Wittenberg. Compare that to Lynchburg. They are 21 of 27 stealing bases. That is right at 78%. If you've been watching Lynchburg baseball, you know that O'Kelly McWilliams is the leader in the base stealing category for Lynchburg. And if you haven't been watching, I'll tell you, he's 12 for 15 on the year so far. 12 stolen bases so far. But for Lynchburg, there's 5 others that have stolen a bag this season. So it's not like the running game is just limited to Mr. McWilliams. Good long at bat here for Gracevic. He is the catcher for Wittenberg, forcing Colin McGuire to work in his second inning. If Lynchburg was thinking about an extended appearance for Mr. McGuire, might have to think again because he has thrown a lot of pitches. He has dotted the black on the outside corner for strike 3. First strikeout of the game for McGuire. Now there's 1 out. With the center fielder, Braden Pfeffer. Up to bat. Another spin, move, and throw from Colin McGuire. McGuire from Cross Junction, Virginia, just outside Winchester. This is appearance number 4 for Colin McGuire. Another good throw. I mean, all these are close over here. I don't think this is a token move situation for Colin McGuire. This is start number 1 for the right-hander. He has impressed the staff so far. Runner will take off and go. Hit and run. Brandon Garcia on the move. He'll have to go to first. Pretty snazzy little play there to alter the direction and then angle in, scoop that ball, and throw on the run to get the 9-hole man, Braden Pfeffer. Looked like a true hit and run there. As the runner, Numanatis, took off. Here's another look at it. Yeah, nice adjustment from Brandon Garcia. There is a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. Leadoff man Ben Siebert is back. Sweeping breaking ball just missed the plate for Colin McGuire. 1 on, 2 outs. Lynchburg will have 4, 5, 6 due up in their half of the second. That's Jones, Madden, and Collins. Colin McGuire checks the runner. Ball in the dirt. Pokerok got to it. Play at third. Potentially, no. Gavin Collins had to sort of leap around the runner just to keep the ball in the infield. And now he'll free throw it back to Colin McGuire. Thought Pokerok really did a lot of things right on that play, but it was just a nice jump from the shortstop, Newmanatis, out there at second base. A good read on that ball in the dirt. See, that did not bounce that far away from Sean Pokerok, so give Newmanatis some credit for good base running. Breaking ball will come in for a strike from Colin McGuire. Lynchburg 5-4, 1-2 at home. We have not been able to say Lynchburg's had a losing record at home in a very long time. And I think that would probably be a big goal of the day. Try to switch that around and make it a winning record. That would mean taking 2 from a very good Tiger squad. It is a tough task, but there's 2 sides to that coin. It's a tough task for Wittenberg as well. Just a classic good baseball matchup. McGuire, that one is up and away for ball 4. So runners at the corners now with 2 outs. And Tommy Chalicki hit by a pitch in his first at bat. Tommy Chalicki is the second baseman for Wittenberg. Currently hitting .500. Just 1 start. Well, this is start number 2 now for Tommy Chalicki. He has played in 4 coming into this game, but currently 3 for 6. And that is accurate after being hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. Checking the signs. Lynchburg pretty much straight away. Outfield maybe slightly deeper on Tommy Chalicki. You know about the great scouting, I think, from Coach Travis Beasley, head coach Travis Beasley. He is maybe not world renowned for his scouting reports, but we'll say at least renowned in the baseball community for how detailed his scouting is. And of course, the entire Lynchburg coaching staff was here while Wittenberg was taking their on-field BP. You can learn some things from that. Used to be some teams would even chart the BP, but I think that's kind of gone by the wayside. Now you just sort of look at swings, and maybe you do get a chance to judge a guy's power a little bit, and you can say to your outfielders, hey, let's play him a few steps deeper. He's got some juice. Looks to be a steady diet of breaking balls for Chalicki from McGuire. Some finding the zone with 2 outs. Runners on first and second. That was a fastball from McGuire. Lifted airborne. Long run for Quinn Madden in the deep right corner. It dropped. That ball is down, and it's fair. Madden's going to pick it up and fire it into the infield. It's Ben Jones again. Pump fake to home, and then throws into third. And the runner, Chalicki, is safe there. That is a triple. Uh-oh, Travis Beasley's got a question with the umpire. I think Travis Beasley thinks that ball might have been foul. It was extremely close. At the moment, we're going to write down a triple for Tommy Chalicki, as Coach Travis Beasley is now going to have the home plate umpire go out and talk to the field umpire, see if he had a different perspective on things. Each umpire has their responsibilities, and we saw this against York baseball fans, to where with 2 umpires, it's almost impossible to watch everything. You got multiple runners on base. You have to watch for the catch/fair foul ball there. The umpires are getting together to discuss this. It was a ball in the deep right corner. They're going to talk to the Wittenberg head coach, which makes me think that they may be overturning this. Brian McGee in his 8th season at Wittenberg. Over 133 wins. Good hack right there from Chalicki. Got a lot of that. And, of course, if it is a foul ball, it would not be the end of the inning. It would just be a foul ball, and Chalicki would be back up. That doesn't mean that Wittenberg isn't still going to get some runs out of this. Yeah, you could tell from the body language over here on the third base line with the umpires and Coach Brian McGee that this is going to be overturned. I'm thinking this is going to be a foul ball here, fans. Should be a full count also on Chalicki. And I think, if you're Wittenberg's coach, you probably are upset because you're telling the umpire, hey, why didn't you just call it foul from the jump? Why did you need their coach to tell you it was foul? That would be the argument, I suppose, for Brian McGee. But, yeah, that's what happened. It's just a foul ball. So a small break for Lynchburg. I guess you can call it a break. I mean, if the call was right, if the ball was foul, does it fall under the break category? I don't know. Depends on how you think about the game, I guess. But we've already seen some crazy things. It's a 2-0 Wittenberg lead in the top of the second. Full count, 2 outs. Runner at first will be on the move. Wittenberg has him at the corners. Laser up the middle, but that ball finds Ben Jones. And that is, I would say now, after getting the out, a fairly big break for Lynchburg. It would have been a triple that scored 2. Instead, no runs score in the second inning. Lynchburg still trailing after 1.5 at Fox Field.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big...
Ben Jones made the final out of the inning for Lynchburg defensively, and he will lead off here in the bottom of the second inning. Benton Jones, the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina. Interesting, he's factored into the final out of the first 2 innings already because he had the great relay throw in the top of the first to retire the runner Matt Moore at home. Sean Pokerock, a nice grab to hold on there. Ben Jones retrieving a line drive to end the top of the second inning on a play where Wittenberg thought they had a bases clearing triple, would have been a 2-run triple, but it was ruled a foul ball. Ben Jones will foul one off himself, and the count is even at 1-1. The starter for Wittenberg is Andrew Rust. Andrew Rust working out of the lineup with the defense positioned at normal depth and straight away. Lynchburg back in action on the road at Bridgewater this weekend. Excited about that. Excited about ODAC play. It's a 3-1 count on Ben Jones. It feels like it's early for conference play, but I think it's always this weekend in the schedule. It's just me not being able to wrap my head around it. Next 4 in a row are on the road for Lynchburg after today. They will head to Greensboro. They will also take on Pfeiffer on the road, and then Lynchburg does not return to Fox until the next weekend. That'll be Saturday, March 16th, taking on Roanoke. Walk for Ben Jones. First base runner for Lynchburg. Brings up Quinn Madden, who is factored in to the exciting things that have already happened here on Fox Field this game. Quinn Madden is a transfer junior, got his first career home run at Lynchburg against York over the weekend. It was not his first collegiate home run. I think it's 20 that Quinn Madden had in the resume coming into Lynchburg. So he is, tough hop over there for Xander Rodriguez on a pickoff attempt. It knocked his own hat off there. Everything's fine. He kept the ball in front. And you could argue saved a base in doing so. Ben Jones with pretty good speed could have maybe advanced to second on a bad pickoff overthrow. Oh, now all of a sudden it looks like Rust is maybe just having trouble finding everything. A weird little pickoff attempt, and then that pitch went behind and over the head of Quinn Madden. I was actually about to say before the pitch, it's a really great situation to run on after the pitcher has made a weird pickoff throw or a quote-unquote bad pickoff attempt, steal on the next pitch because he's probably not very likely to come over on you again after the weird one. Madden will slash at this. It's airborne. Long run for center right and the second baseman, but in the end, the right fielder, Connor O'Malley, will take charge and take the ball for out number 1. Gavin Collins hitting in his customary 6th spot, playing third base. With all the lineup changes that occur for Lynchburg, Gavin Collins has really been a mainstay in that 6th hole. That's one that Lynchburg has preferred to keep very intact. He shuffled around a little bit in his career, but more often than not, at least in the last 2 seasons, it's been right here in this 6th spot. Watches ball 1 go in. Andrew Rust is a sophomore from Dublin, Ohio. Right-handed thrower, obviously. I think you can see that on the screen. Another good-sized body out there for Wittenberg. He's listed at 6'1", 195 pounds. I feel like everybody on the roster I've looked at for Wittenberg has that same height and weight. Something to be said for that in the recruiting end. Try to recruit some bigger bodies, some long frames. Ooh, it's another one that was behind Gavin Collins, or behind a Lynchburg hitter, but not far enough behind Gavin Collins, because that's a hit by pitch. Gavin Collins continues to climb up that chart. Gavin Collins now hit 3 times this year. Believe he is second all-time in school history behind the first base coach, Cam Lane, who he was just talking to when he went out there. Cameron Lane, the graduate assistant coach for Lynchburg, finished up his playing career. And in his final collegiate plate appearance, he got hit by a pitch up in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in the national championship. 0-1 count. Logan Webster, check swing, sent it into the Wittenberg dugout, not intentionally, obviously, and now it's strike 2. 1 out. Ben Jones leads off at second. It's Gavin Collins at first, as you got a shot there at Cameron Lane, the first base coach this season. Ball popped out of the glove of the second baseman on a pickoff attempt. I think Ben Jones, just judging by the body language, knew that that one was close and that he might have been out if the second baseman held on. That was a good spin move from the catcher, Andrew Rust. We're already seeing both teams really make a point of emphasis to hold runners on. Collins will lead off again, perhaps a bit more carefully this time, although no infielders are close to him. Good block there by the catcher, Grashevic. And now it's a 1-2 count with 1 out, runners at first and second. Here's a good look at the secondary lead from Ben Jones. He's into it. He's an excitable guy. Love the passion and the energy he plays with. Foul ball from Logan Webster. Looked like a good swing to stay alive with 2 strikes. And that maybe throws the theory out the window that I had earlier about the weird pickoff attempt from Rust earlier. He's tried to pick again since then and almost did it successfully on Ben Jones at second. Rust seems like he's had some control problems, though, because you have the walk to Ben Jones to lead off the inning. He hit Gavin Collins. Even Quinn Madden, who's made the only out this inning, had a ball go behind him and over his head in the at-bat. So let's see if Rust can stabilize a bit. He's got a 1-2 count on Logan Webster, so you could argue that he already has. That one has missed the zone wide left. Wide left from the pitcher's perspective, wide right from ours. up here in the Wooldridge press box at Fox Field. It's a slightly smaller crowd in the press box today, and we'll run down the crew as the day goes on. We're going to get some new faces for game 2. Logan Webster leans into one, sends it to left. This ball's carrying. Left fielder has a beat on it, makes the grab just in front of the warning track. That was Rocco Royer that ran it down. Logan Webster is the second out of the inning. Another good swing for Logan Webster. I found myself saying that so much this weekend. Lynchburg fans might remember if they watched, but Logan Webster, I thought, had some really good-looking swings as far as timing and balance and the rhythm and just how he squared the ball up, the things that you look for. But he didn't have a lot of hits to show for it. Logan Webster finally did get his first hit of the season against York this weekend. But I don't think the average is really reflective of how well Logan Webster's swinging the bat. I think hits will come if he can stay locked into that process. That can be difficult. Sometimes you start pressing, start searching, start changing maybe. Other guys are able to maintain the discipline, almost be robotic, just keep the same process regardless of the product or the results. Sean Pokerock hits with 2 outs and 2 on. Another pitch that was never really competitive out of the hand from Andrew Rust. It's ball 1. Sean Pokerock hit a home run this weekend. First home run at Fox Field this season was courtesy of Sean Pokerock, second in the career for the sophomore. Went after that 1-0 delivery from Rust and fouled it away. Sean Pokerock currently just 167. That includes a couple RBI. This will be start number 6. Pokey was 2 for 4 in that first game against York. That's where the home run came as well. He was batting in the 9 hole that game. 8 spot in the lineup here. Josh Jorman is waiting on deck. And then maybe Lynchburg can turn it back over in the bottom of the second inning to the top with O'Kelly McWilliams. Ball 2 from Rust to Pokerock. Here's the pitch. Sean Pokerock got under that one. He'll take off down the first base line. The first baseman, Xander Rodriguez, will work his way in between the first sack and home plate to catch the pop-up, and that's how the inning will end. 2-0, Wittenberg on top after 2 complete on LHSN.
If I'm walking around over on the crowd side, I always hear someone yelling, "Hey Nat, take our picture. Hey Nat, get this," or something, or "Hey Nat, you got that shot?" Like, so I'm always like trying to photograph the crowds and my friends calling my name. I think sports at Lynchburg unifies us as a whole. No matter what background we come from, what differences we have, and what experience we've experienced through our lives, it brings us all together and we have one goal, which is to win. As a photographer, I definitely get to capture the emotion and the feel and the atmosphere of what's going on during the games and what's happening in the crowd and with the fans. We have hugely dedicated fans here at Lynchburg. They come out whether it's rain, snow, sleet, windy, no matter what, like they will come out and support their team and cheer them on. They will sit through anything. It's just, it brings us all together as one.
There's a look at the new pitcher for Lynchburg. It'll be the junior Dominic Rollins, Jefferson Forest High School, just down the street here. You can get there in like one turn coming off of campus. And Rollins, we last saw him pitching this weekend in the first game against York. That was on Saturday, March the 2nd. This will be appearance number 5 for Dominic Rollins. That leads the team. Mason McDowell's not far behind with 4. But the fact that Dominic Rollins has gotten the call 5 times early in the year, this is game 10 for Lynchburg. That says quite a bit about what the coaching staff thinks about this guy. Foul ball could be a play for Gavin Collins. Sean Pokerock heading that direction as well. It bounced in the dugout. Looked like it bounced about 3 feet on the left side of the protective barrier there. It was 45 pitches for Colin McGuire. So the reason for the change could have been pre-planned. It could have been, hey, Colin McGuire, you have the first 2 innings, or you have in between 40, 50 pitches. Could have been one of those deals. It could have been Lynchburg's ready for a different look. I didn't think McGuire was ineffective by any means, but probably wasn't pitching as well as he wanted to. McGuire will be charged with those 2 earned runs, surrendered 2 base hits, did walk a couple and hit 1. So you factor all those things in there. And the fact that it's a midweek game, you'd probably like to have Colin McGuire still pretty fresh by Saturday's doubleheader against Bridgewater. And that tells you a lot of the story as to why Dominic Rollins is in the game now. Rollins got Connor O'Malley to ground out to the second baseman, Ben Jones, who's been active in this one. And there's 1 out. Matt Moore is 1 for 1 with a laser single up the middle. Hardest ball we've seen hit today. Granted, the day is very young. It's the top of the 3rd. It is 2 7-inning games in this doubleheader. 2 7s. And this weekend it will be 2 9-inning games against Bridgewater. Matt Moore entered the game hitting .385, 10 for 26, so he's now 11 for 27. Does have a home run, and he's driven in 10. He's the RBI leader so far this season for the Wittenberg Tigers, who enter at 4-2. Got jammed there. Brandon Garcia bobbled that. Unfortunately for Brandon Garcia, Hollywood is going to take his second error of the game. He may have even thought that ball was hit harder than it was off the bat of Matt Moore. Matt Moore just scalded at his first one. This one, I think, got in on his hands just enough. And you saw the little bit of a tricky hop again for Brandon Garcia. See if the Hornets can pitch around it. Runner on first with 1 out. Xander Rodriguez is a freshman. And he has just inserted himself right into the starting lineup. Check swing, bouncer to Collins. Gets it to Jones for the first across the diamond for the double play. Tic-tac-toe early here in the 3rd inning. And Lynchburg will pitch around the error. Hornets still trail 2-0 after 2.5 at Fox Field in Lynchburg.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local Parks and Rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best.
9-hole hitter Josh Jorman leading off for Lynchburg in their half of the third inning. Kyle Haney with the head set on a beautiful day in Lynchburg. Jorman likes the first, swings at it, not hit well. Long run for the center fielder. And Pfeffer will make the diving grab for out number 1. Andrew Rust is still pitching for Wittenberg. And he'll be facing the top of the order for the second time. This is O'Kelly McWilliams IV. Struck out in his first at bat. It was a long one, worked a full count. And then Rust got him with a slider. Let's see if that could be part of the plan of attack for Wittenberg again. Looked like just a straight fastball that time for strike number 1. Third baseman even with the bag. Out of respect for the great speed from O'Kelly McWilliams. That's one for Wittenberg. Even if you haven't done any detailed scouting, you can simply look at the stats for Lynchburg, which are available to everybody, and available to you too, fans, if you want to check them out. But you just look at the stats and see all the stolen bases O'Kelly McWilliams has, and you can see that and probably tell that the base hit bunt is in his repertoire. You know, and he's a guy, too, that you probably have to play your infield in even if he doesn't bunt, because just routine ground balls become more difficult with O'Kelly McWilliams. We've seen that. He makes everything close at first. And he's a good hitter as well, not just speed for this guy. As Rust will bring another strike in. Count is now 2-2. 2-2, 1 out. Bottom of the third. Lynchburg is yet to get a hit. Did get 2 base runners last inning. Walk for Ben Jones. Gavin Collins got hit by a pitch. But Andrew Rust has looked very in control. I say that. We talked about he's thrown some balls behind hitters. Obviously, he's hit 1 and walked 1. McWilliams will spray this to right field, and that's down. There's the first hit of the ball game. Look at the turnaround first. I mean, McWilliams was in the danger zone right there, threatening to take second on that. That's what he brings to the table with his incredible speed. Single for O'Kelly McWilliams. That's the first hit of the ball game for Lynchburg. And Andrew Rust now will probably have to use that pickoff move that he struggled with on one attempt, nearly picked off Ben Jones on another. Of course, that was at second. Sometimes throwing to first with your back turn can be a little different. That one comes in slightly low to Xander Rodriguez, but nothing the big first baseman for Wittenberg couldn't handle. Another one that'll chase McWilliams back. This is such an interesting thing, too, because in college you can still throw over unlimited times. To first, anyway. The pro game, you're limited, so now the professionals talk about you. If you're going to throw over to first, you almost have to try to pick him when you do go over. Whereas you're seeing Andrew Rust here, he's just kind of going old school, keeping McWilliams busy. Just throw over a bunch of times in a row. Pitch out on the first pitch. That's old school baseball right there. Brandon Garcia does not offer, and it's just ball 1. Back to what speed brings to the table. Now Brandon Garcia has a plus count to hit with. Let's see if McWilliams is gone on this one. You figure he's probably not going to wait long. He'll wait at least another pitch, though. Ball 2 to Brandon Garcia. Pretty close there from Andrew Rust. And I'm fighting the urge to say Jake Rust because Jake Rust is a talented lacrosse player for Lynchburg. But this is Andrew Rust for the Wittenberg Tigers. McWilliams still not on the move. And now it's ball 3. So we'll never know how much McWilliams' speed is bothering Rust. He actually has not thrown over to first in the last couple pitches. Maybe he doesn't care at all. Now he will toss one. But that's, again, back to the speed. It just does something. Just forces you to get slightly out of your comfort zone if you're a pitcher. And really the entire defense, as discussed. McWilliams still not going, and that's ball 4. 4 straight to Brandon Garcia. The first one was a pitch out. I would argue the next 3 were pretty close from Andrew Rust. And this will bring up the junior designated hitter, Eric Hyatt. That's Brandon Garcia's 8th walk of the season now. His on-base percentage hovering right around 400 as well, even though the average not where he would want it. On-base percentage still looking really good for Brandon Garcia. 2 on for Eric Hyatt. Like an off-speed pitch, maybe a breaking ball that never really broke, and it ends up being 5 straight balls for Andrew Rust. McWilliams obviously still a threat to run. You got speed right behind him with Brandon Garcia as well. It's a good situation for Lynchburg. They do trail 2-0. McWilliams bouncing off but did not go. Fastball down Broadway. Hyatt takes it, and it's 1-1. Wittenberg team all on the fence there in front of their dugout. Same thing for Lynchburg. Both teams making some noise. Maybe we should say Wittenberg in their road grays. Watch out. Eric Hyatt bangs on one. Did he get enough of it? Yes, he did. Launch pad for Eric Hyatt. It's a 3-run home run. Thought Lynchburg might use the speed to get something going, but no, it's the power from Eric Hyatt. First home run of the season for the junior, and Lynchburg snatching the lead back 3-2. Big time for Eric Hyatt. He was a man waiting to bust out. Came into the game hitting 185. Look at that swing. Classic right there. Yeah, Eric Hyatt's got some juice. We don't talk about his power too often, but he's got the juice. That was fresh squeezed right there. No artificial sweeteners involved. And Lynchburg 3-2 on top. Speaking of power, if there was ever a candidate to go back-to-back, see if Ben Jones can get something. That was a ball. Second hit of the game for Lynchburg. They score 3. Josh Jorman made the first out of this inning. So impressive right there for Eric Hyatt. Second career home run for Hyatt. One of our all-time favorites. I know if the Hyatt family's not here, they're definitely watching, and they definitely enjoyed that one. Strike to Ben Jones. A little subtle head nod there. Hard to tell if that was agreement or disagreement from Ben Jones. We're going to get a conversation in mid-at-bat, which is, I always find interesting. But it will give us a breather. We can recap and tell you that Wittenberg scored 2 in the top of the first inning on 2 hits. They did leave 1 on. Lynchburg did throw a runner out at the plate in the top of the first inning. Zeros in frames 2 and 3 for Wittenberg, but that second inning, the 0 happened under interesting circumstances. Wittenberg thought they had a triple from Tommy Chalicki down the right field line. Coach Travis Beasley for Lynchburg went out to chat with the umpire, and the umpires got together and ruled that it was a foul ball. Very next pitch, Chalicki hit a scorcher, but Ben Jones was there for the final out of the inning. So it went from having a runner on third with 2 outs and scoring 2 runs to the inning being over and no runs coming across. Mound conference is over. It was the entire infield in there as well, which you don't see a lot with nobody on base. Sometimes the coach will bring the infielders in there to talk about a bunt play or what we want to do on a batted ball. But interesting that the rest of the troops came in there, maybe just to provide some moral support for Andrew Rust. Maybe that's just what Wittenberg does on all of them. Ben Jones will lean into one. Right fielder going back. See ya. It's back-to-back for Lynchburg. First Eric Hyatt, and now Benny Bombs will explode into one. Oh, how we have missed that from Benton Jones. First home run of the season for Benny Bombs. And Ben Jones now with what's going to be 10 career home runs. He's in double digits already early in his sophomore year. Ben Jones, back-to-back. Right after the Mound Conference as well. That's got to deflate the Tigers a little bit. Quinn Madden's got 1 career home run here at Lynchburg. I'll bet you he's got the green light to go hunting for bear on this one. Lynchburg has just lost 2 baseballs in a really good way. Quinn Madden is probably loaded up to try to do the same thing. Yeah, you could tell from that swing right there. Out front on maybe an off-speed delivery from Andrew Rust. Now with 2 strikes, I think Quinn Madden's just into the regular hitting approach. But I think even the most conservative of old-school coaches would tell you, yeah, we've already got 2 in a row. Why don't you go hacking for the downs? Unfortunately, Quinn Madden is going to be excused on a check swing. First base umpire thought he did go, so it's a short 3-pitch at bat. We'll call it a strikeout swinging. Third punch out of the game for Andrew Rust. And now we've got Gavin Collins. Speaking of juice, Gavin Collins, 11 career home runs. Looked like he wanted that one, didn't get enough of it. Still semi-long run for the center fielder Pfeffer, but he's under it, and the inning is over. A very successful one for Lynchburg. They get 4 runs on 3 hits, 2 of them long balls. Home runs from Eric Hyatt, a 3-run job, and a solo shot on the back-to-back from Benny Bombs. We come back in just a moment with Lynchburg leading through 3 complete.
Private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Back-to-back home runs have given Lynchburg their first lead of the game. We are through 3 complete here at Fox Field. Dominic Rowlands will get ready to start his 2nd inning of work. Not quite a 3-up, 3 down because a runner did reach on an error last inning for Dominic Rowlands, but he only faced 3 as Lynchburg turned one of their patented double plays. 5-4-3 to end that inning. And then the bats warmed up for Lynchburg. It was a single from O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th. Brandon Garcia walked. Eric Hyatt with a 3-run homer to left. And then Ben Jones lifted another big fly out to right. Weather warming up. Lynchburg's bats may be warming up. Self-defense from Dominic Rowlands. Good job to get to it and throw it across. He's going to get a once-over from head coach Travis Beasley. The umpire's going to go out there and do the same. Looked like Dominic Rowlands just kind of gave the I'm fine gesture, although now when you look at the body language, it does look like he's in a little bit of pain. Here comes a wonderful member of our team, the athletic trainer Dane Bauer. Going to talk to Dominic Rowlands. That was a hard hit shot from Rocco Royer. Royer doubled in his first at bat. Got thrown out there. Here comes another look. Okay, it looked like he got the glove on it, but it might have hit him in the heel of that left hand where the hand goes into the glove. Or was it the right hand? Great replay, though. Our LHSN team is just bang on as usual. And that was Shadi on that replay. JP's on the other camera. Okay, here we go, another look. Yeah, I think it was just the glove hand sort of hit him in the heel or maybe even the wrist. But Dominic Rowlands is staying out there. So good stuff there in what could have been a little bit of a scarier situation. Fielding your position as a pitcher. Sometimes it involves coming off to get the bunts and the swinging bunts, and then other times it does involve a bit of self-defense. Strike 1 to Alex Newmanatis, who walked in his first at-bat. First time facing Dominic Rollins. I'll tell you, Rollins looks good. He's got some zip on it. Remember, he did pitch Saturday against York. So everybody that pitched Saturday has had 2 days of rest, whereas those guys that pitched Sunday, obviously, less rest. Maybe less likely that we would see them, but not necessarily, as some folks in the press box are feeling that that statement was a little obvious maybe. But sometimes as a broadcaster, you have to be Captain Obvious, especially in a doubleheader. Although 2-7, so you don't have to make as many obvious statements today. Ball into right field. Ooh, Quinn Madden was playing in. This might be over his head. It is. It's at least 2. On the move is Newmanatis. The shortstop will take the turn. Now he'll get the stop sign. Oh, Lynchburg had a chance to maybe get him on a big turn as Josh Jorman was coming in, but it is just a double. Lynchburg's outfield typically plays medium or medium deep on most everybody. It looked like Quinn Madden was in tight that time. Wouldn't exactly call it a gamble or anything, but just a different coverage out there in right field from Quinn Madden. And this one does get over his head. Even from the normal position or normal depth, it's going to be a tough play. Runner in scoring position. First base hit, Dominic Rollins has surrendered. Swing and miss from the catcher, Parker Gracevic. He struck out in his first at bat. Multiple catchers for Wittenberg, as you would expect. He is batting 125 on the season so far. This is start number 5. I suspect we'll see both teams use a different starting catcher in game 2. But you know what can happen with those assumptions, fans. As you get to see Quinn Madden with the long run, ball bouncing over his head. Looked to be the center fielder, O'Kelly McWilliams, that actually picked it up. Rollins checks the runner. Nice kind of a 12-6 curveball dropping in there for a strike. Got players, position players getting loose behind the dugout for Lynchburg. Got pitchers getting loose. 7-inning game, too, so you got to think, normally it feels early here in the top of the 4th inning. We're about to be halfway through the game now. Spin move from Rollins, nobody there. And you see the umpire make that gesture, so you can only disengage a certain amount of times with the runner at second. Third would be the same way. Still get all the picks you want to first, I guess. The rules can change so often that sometimes it's hard to stay up to date on all of them. Rollins will look at the runner, Newmanitis there at second, and then pitch. That's just off the plate for a ball. 2-2's the count with 1 out. 9-hole man Braden Pfeffer is on deck. He grounded out to shortstop in his first at bat. Lynchburg is going to send up 7, 8, 9 in their half of the 4th. Swing and miss. Punch out there for Rollins, his first. Lynchburg's second in the game. We've got a substitute in the game. It is not Braden Pfeffer. It will be number 10, Thatcher Dietz. Thatcher Dietz enters the game hitting .400. He has played and started in 3 so far. So Thatcher Dietz, an option off the bench, has come in for Wittenberg. 1 on, 1 in scoring position with 2 outs. Dominic Rollins is the pitcher for Lynchburg. And Lynchburg's holding on to the 4-2 lead. After a 3-run home run from Eric Hyatt, and back-to-back a solo shot from Ben Jones. Here's another Captain Obvious baseball statement that you don't think about a ton. You have to have a solo home run on back-to-back home runs. One of them, by rule, has to be a solo on back-to-back home runs. And then any consecutive would also become solo home runs because the first guy's homer would have cleared whatever was out there. I think somebody hit 7 home runs in a row in Major League play. Time to look that up now. Most consecutive home runs. Good pitch from Dominic Rollins. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Pinch hitter is Thatcher Dietz. Breaking ball just missed right there. I think Dietz is getting some confirmation on the count. It is 2-1. The umpire confirmed what we had on the scoreboard. Yeah, umpire confirmed that it was 1-2. Let's find out. Okay. They've called a pitch count violation on Dominic Rollins just to add to the fun, and now it is a 2-2 count. So it was 1-2. So one of those ones that was close, the umpire called a strike. And now Dominic Rollins has got a pitch clock violation. Oh, there's a swing and miss, breaking ball for the punch out, and that's how the top half of the fourth will end. Dominic Rollins had a little scary moment with a comebacker. He is just fine, pitching well for Lynchburg. They lead 4-2 over Wittenberg, heading to the bottom of the fourth.
Living the dream.
USA, Mexico.
That was so exciting.
Want to have some outdoor adventures while getting a degree at the same time? At the University of Lynchburg, we have an on-campus zip line and road course. Plus, we offer adventure trips that cost less than a cup of coffee. And did I mention our beautiful scenery? We're a university for students looking for something more than just books. Welcome to your new adventure experience.
Lynchburg leading Wittenberg 4-2. Tigers went up 2-0 in the top of the first. Took Lynchburg some time to get the offense rolling, but it really did with back-to-back home runs. 3-run shot from Eric Hyatt, and then the solo bomb from Benny Bombs, his first home run of the season. Extra base hits have always been a talking point for us. It was just 6 extra base hits through the first 6 games for Lynchburg. They racked up 9 extra base hits in the 3 games against York. Gets them to 15 coming into the game, but now it's 17 after 2 home runs. And those are both the first home runs of the season for Eric Hyatt and Ben Jones. So Lynchburg's got 6 players now that all have 1 home run each. It's Ryan Long, Riley O'Donovan, Sean Pokerock, Quinn Madden, and now Eric Hyatt and Ben Jones have joined the 1 home run grouping there. Logan Webster is the leadoff hitter for Lynchburg in this inning, facing the new pitcher for Wittenberg, number 31, Nate Floyd. Nate Floyd, this will be appearance number 3. The first 2 were starts for Wittenberg. Interestingly enough, Wittenberg coming into this series, and this still continues with Rust and Floyd, they've actually only used 8 pitchers so far in their first 6 games. Now this is game number 7. They enter with the 4-2 record. Usually in a college baseball season, through those first 5 or 6 games, you've used about all your pitchers for an inning here or there. I would argue Wittenberg has really not used that many pitchers, considering. Strikeout for Logan Webster as Nate Floyd will come in and get an early K for out number 1 of the 4th inning. Lynchburg just has the 3 hits. They were all in the last inning. Lynchburg did leave 2 stranded in the bottom of the second. Sean Pokerock popped up to the first baseman in his first at bat. And there's another hit by pitch for the Hornets offense. Those totals will grow. It's the second one of the game. Gavin Collins got hit earlier. And this brings up the first baseman, Josh Jorman. Flew out to center in his first at bat. That was a diving grab from Pfeffer, who is now out of the game for a replacement. Ouch. Pokey wears the arm guard there. I think that kind of hit him in the shoulder blade rather than the actual elbow or tricep. Sean Pokerock leads off at first with one out. Josh Jorman led Lynchburg in average last season. It was .398, best on the team. 12 walks and 6 strikeouts. Josh Jorman got hit 8 times as well. You look at those numbers as far as the walks and strikeouts, they seem kind of low for 29 starts. So that might tell you that Josh Jorman is a guy that swings early in the count. First pitch, second pitch. He did that in his first at bat. He has not pulled the trigger yet. He'll watch a strike come across. It's 2-1. Pitcher is Nate Floyd for Wittenberg. This is game 1 of 2 today. Lynchburg with the 2-run advantage right now. Still plenty of baseball left. Flared left side. Tough play for the shortstop. It'll pop out. This one could be a base hit for Josh Jorman. Let's wait for the official ruling. Sounded like it was going to be E6 over here from the official scores. It will be an error on the shortstop, Numanatis. 2 on for Lynchburg now with the speedster, O'Kelly McWilliams. Jorman at first runs well. Sean Pokerock, not bad speed for a catcher. Slurve breaking ball from Nate Floyd, who comes at you from almost a true sidearm. Some people would now call that a low 3/4 arm slot delivery. Whatever your preference, it's kind of funky from Nate Floyd. 0-1 count on McWilliams. Fouled straight back into the netting. What a day here at Fox Field. What a day to watch baseball. I mean, just perfect. I think the temperature's up to about 70 now. Slight breeze blowing out. We can see from the American flag over the scoreboard in right center field. Oh, there was one of those slurves that was nowhere close. Probably, you could argue, pretty good stop from the catcher, Grashovic, to keep that ball off the backstop. Yeah, slight breeze blowing out. Might have aided the home runs for Lynchburg just a bit. I think they're gone anyway on a windless day. Might not be gone if the breeze is blowing in, though. A look from Floyd. Right side from McWilliams. Look at the speed. He will beat that. Oh, no. They say they got him in time. That was a track meet there for O'Kelly McWilliams. It will be an out. It'll be 3-1 there on the put out. Good job by Floyd to hustle over. I mean, that's the thing. The fact that the pitcher can actually get over there before McWilliams. Yep. Great replay there. Umpires absolutely got that right. From the way McWilliams was trucking down the line, I figured they had no shot, but the first baseman, Xander Rodriguez, got to it fairly quickly and made a nice on-target flip to Floyd, who was covering. Brandon Garcia hitting with 2 in scoring position and 2 outs. Sinker comes in low and outside. 1-0 count. Eric Hyde is on deck. If you're Wittenberg, you probably don't want to face him with the bases loaded. You probably just don't want to let Brandon Garcia get on at all, regardless of who's on deck. Fastball off the plate, 2-0 count. Brandon Garcia with the watchful eye. Definitely a part of his game. He walked 40 times last season and only struck out 19. That is elite. He was in that leadoff spot for most of last year as well. Now batting in the 2-hole for Lynchburg in this game. 2-0 count. Garcia wanted it and fouled it away. Top of the lineup coming back for Wittenberg next inning. It'll be the third plate appearance for Siebert. Wonder if Lynchburg changes arms. Like what Dominic Rollins is doing, though. Hard to take the ball away from him right now, but we'll see. Here's the 2-1 to Brandon Garcia. Easier take that time as another looked to be a two-seam sinker concept. Just could not find the zone. Big action pitch right here. 3-1 count. 2 outs. Josh Jorman, good speed at second. Sean Pokerock leads off at third for Lynchburg. Infield regular depth straight away. Outfield is the same for Wittenberg. That is ball 4. And here comes Eric Hyatt. 2 walks in the game for Brandon Garcia. Doing what he does best. This season, that'll be walk number 9 for Brandon Garcia. Eric Hyatt, 3-run homer in his last at bat. And this time we've got 2 outs. Hyatt has 3 ducks on the pond. Rust wants to step off, and there you see the umpires make the gesture again because he disengaged the rubber to reset the action clock. There's another look at Eric Hyatt's juicy swing. It's Nate Floyd, excuse me, I might have said Rust there, but it is Nate Floyd pitching for Wittenberg. But yeah, that action clock is actually the term that the NCAA prefers rather than in Major League Baseball. It is called the pitch clock, but any action resets the clock, as in a pickoff move. So action clock, you could argue, is a bit more descriptive, really. Strike to Eric Hyatt. It's a 1-1 count, 2 outs. Garcia at first, Jorman at second, Pokerock at third. Outfield defense maybe a little bit deeper here for Hyatt compared to Garcia, the last hitter. Here's the 1-1. There's that breaking ball. Really comes at you from a tough angle. A lot of horizontal movement there. Almost what people are talking about with the sweeper. 1-2. See if Hyatt can get something in play here. Good wheels all around the diamond for Lynchburg base running wise. Floyd set at the belt, looks over that front shoulder, now kicks and deals. It was the same breaking ball. Hyatt stayed alive and got it. Good piece of hitting there for Eric Hyatt. Ben Jones waits on deck. Benny Bombs is 1 for 1 with a walk and a home run. That's more up to his standards. Low target from the catcher. Hyatt waits on the delivery from Floyd. It was low, but it was too low. Ball 2. Deuce is wild on the board. Should be 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Lynchburg leads by 2. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hornets scored all their runs in the 3rd. Here comes Floyd with another one. Breaking ball again. Hyatt staying alive. Got a piece of it. Excellent work there from Eric Hyatt. And the more you see a guy's breaking ball, the better chance you have to hit it. That was a talking point for us against York. Got to see the shape, understand what it's going to do. Not that every guy's breaking ball is always going to be the same every time he throws it. Josh Jorman had to dive back into second. That was a little snap throw there by Nate Floyd. Another one that came in on a foul ball. Pretty crafty there from Wittenberg. You're not exactly expecting that after. Actually, it was just the ball in the dirt, rather. It wasn't after the foul ball. That was the pitch before. I'll get it together. 2-2 pitch coming up for Floyd to Hyatt. Breaking ball again. Got a piece. Seeing it over and over. And again, more information. See that shape more. The velocity is a component in there as well. Should be easier to handle it for a hitter. And maybe, just maybe, guy will hang you one and you can really drive it somewhere. See if Floyd comes back with that again or he elects for something straighter and harder. Maybe a fastball coming here. Yep, here's the breaking ball again. It's at least 4 in a row to Eric Hyatt. And it has developed into a long at bat, an 8-pitch at bat. Chance to really bust the game open here. For Wittenberg, it's a chance to keep Lynchburg within striking distance in a short game, a 7-inning game. There was the fastball, and it looked like Hyatt was a tad late. Slowed him down with consecutive off-speed stuff, and then came with the heater for the strikeout. Big pitch from Nate Floyd, and Wittenberg does just trail by 2 through 4 complete at Fox Field.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
We're set for the 5th inning here in game 1 of 2 at Fox Field. Ground ball up the middle. Ben Jones, backhand, slick play right there. Nice glove work from Benny Bombs. We've already seen him leave the yard, but how about the defensive work from Ben Jones in this game? A relay throw in the 1st inning to save Lynchburg a run and end the threat. Get Lynchburg back in the dugout. Ben Jones with a nice little backhand there. I just love it. Ben Jones needs to start getting more credit for his defense. And it'll start with me. I'll give Ben Jones the full credit for being an elite defender. Really good stuff there. Good look at Dominic Rollins, who's still out there for Lynchburg in his 3rd inning. We wondered if maybe it was going to be time for a change potentially. I like what Rollins has done. And this is appearance number 5 for Dominic Rollins. Tops on the team in appearances. Had to kind of come in an emergency spot for Austin Riney in relief on Saturday against York. This one, he started the inning. In fact, the first batter he faced is on deck, Connor O'Malley. This is Tommy Chalicki, who got hit by a pitch and then hit a line drive to Ben Jones. Ground ball left side foul. Tommy Chalicki's the one that had the bad break. He thought he had a 2 RBI triple in the 2nd inning, but instead it was ruled a foul ball. And the score for Wittenberg stayed at just 2. Then Lynchburg had their big inning. This ball will stay in play, and this is a fair ball, no doubt about it. Extra bases this time for Tommy Chalicki. He will motor around first and cruise into second, feet first slide. And there is a runner in scoring position with 1 out. Connor O'Malley is up. Okay, here comes Coach Travis Beasley. Maybe Dominic Rollins, the assignment was get through the order one time and then we'll go make a change. He has made the gesture to the umpire. So we will see a new pitcher for Lynchburg. We'll meet and greet the new arm in just a moment when we come back on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love. All of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Here's the new pitcher for Lynchburg, Austin Riney. We last saw Austin Riney in the game against York on Saturday, game 1. And he will be facing Connor O'Malley. O'Malley's third at bat coming up. Flew out to left, grounded out to second. Matt Moore, the designated hitter, is on deck. And Austin Riney is a sophomore left-hander. This will be appearance number 4 for Austin Riney. He really was, and probably, I would argue, still is, one of the premier options out of the bullpen for Lynchburg. The earned run average is 1.08. He is 1-1, 8.1 innings pitched. He struck out 8 and walked just 1. Austin Riney, just over 1 inning of work last season. 3 appearances, but just over an inning last year. And this year he has definitely been a factor. He threw 25 pitches in that game against York. And again, that was on Saturday, so he's had 2 days of rest. So I think green light here for Austin Riney, probably to get as much as 30 or maybe even 40 pitches with a 3-day rest window before the Bridgewater series, a doubleheader on Saturday. And it could be like Dominic Rowlands. It could be Riney gets one time through the batting order. But maybe Coach Travis Beasley has more detailed plans. I'm sure his plans are always going to be more detailed than what we realize. But just as you have the conversation on the air, good pitch from Riney. Breaking ball, 1-1 count on Connor O'Malley. It is Tommy Chill-Icky at second. We were getting reports that we may have slightly mispronounced some of the Wittenberg names. Always tricky, always tough, especially on the fly. But Tommy Chill-Icky will make sure you get the name right the way he swings it. He thought he had the triple earlier. Bangs out a double into the down the left field line. In scoring position right now for Matt Moore. Riney has missed the zone. The count is 3-1. Tommy Chill-Icky also hit by pitch in his first at bat, first plate appearance. Hit the line drive hard right after he lost the triple. Here's a ball up the middle. Ben Jones not going to get there with the backhand. Center fielder McWilliams on, but the run will score. And that's the second time Tommy Chill-Icky has come across and scored. 2 runs for him. Pretty good day there. And Wittenberg is within 1. 4-3. It'll be Matt Moore due up next as I stole the lineup card from our public address man and all-around great guy, Tim LaDuca. Tim LaDuca might jump on the second portion of the broadcast with me. He can help me out with the pronunciations. He's so great with that as the Director of Athletic Communications here at Lynchburg, but that doesn't even begin to tell all the great things that Tim does and has his hand in. Strike 1 for Austin Riney on Matt Moore. Matt Moore is 1 for 2, single and did reach on an error, so he has yet to be retired in this game. I like Matt Moore in the batter's box, another big guy, senior. Mentioned this was career game number 100 for him. He's got 122 hits now in his career. There's quite a few on this Wittenberg roster that have over 100 hits. Connor O'Malley, who's on first, he's now sitting on career 116 hits. So between O'Malley and Moore, you've got almost 140 hits put together between these two guys, the one in the batter's box and the one on first base right now. That's exactly what you want for Wittenberg, and that's probably why you got those guys hitting third and fourth A lot of confidence. They've seen a lot of different pitchers. They've gotten it done in some tough spots. Ooh, tough breaking ball there from Riney. That seemed to befuddle Matt Moore just a bit, as he took the swing and then looked like he almost tried to hold up and realized he was too far gone and whiffed on an off-speed pitch. Riney will throw to first on a pick attempt. 1 out here in the top of the 5th inning, a 1-run ball game. And it's just a 7-inning game. So these last 3 will be critical. Breaking ball from Riney just missed. Long hold from Pokerock. Moore was out of the box quickly for the walk. That is the 3rd walk that Wittenberg has drawn. First one that Riney has issued. Riney has yet to get an out in relief of Dominic Rowlands, who we thought was very solid in his 5th appearance. Xander Rodriguez is the freshman first baseman. Made a couple nice plays defensively in this one. Xander Rodriguez came into the game swinging in at .421 with a homer and a double in there. Here comes Sean Pokerock to the mound to talk to Austin Riney. In this game, Rodriguez has flown out to right and grounded into the 5-4-3 double play that ended the 3rd inning. That was Dominic Rowlands' first inning. Rowlands' numbers are all going to be looking better after this one, although he did surrender the double to Tommy Chilicki. That was his final hitter. Austin Riney has given up a single to O'Malley, who stands on second, and walked Matt Moore, who's at first. So Xander Rodriguez, a freshman in the middle of the lineup, hitting behind 2 seniors. Xander Rodriguez seems to fit right in. Power-hitting left-handed freshman. Another ball from Riney. Seeing some arms loosen in the Lynchburg bullpen. Probably as expected in a 1-run game anyway, even if Riney wasn't having some struggles finding the zone. Now it's a 3-0 count, though. Xander Rodriguez from Salinas, Puerto Rico. Also 7 walks to just 4 strikeouts on the young season for Xander Rodriguez. He seems to be enjoying facing the college pitching. That'll be a strike at the knees on the outer edge. The at-bat will continue with a 3-1 count. Rocco Royer on deck. Rocco Royer is one that has a very long resume. Another offensive timeout coming, or a pinch runner. Pinch runner in the game for Matt Moore. So let's try to identify the number on that new runner there at first base. Gonna get not on the front of the jersey, but we'll figure it out at some point. We'll see the back of the jersey or the front of the helmet where the numbers are affixed. This ball flared into left. Long run for Logan Webster, but he'll get there with about 12 feet to spare before the foul line. And that's the 2nd out of the inning. Leadoff man Ben Siebert started the inning by grounding out to second base. That was a nice backhand play. And now it's Rocco Royer hitting with 2 on, 1 in scoring position. Rocco Royer is a junior who hit .429 last year with 5 homers and 5 doubles. And that was just in 21 games. Rocco Royer poised to have a big 2024. Here's the pitch from Riney. Breaking ball, strike 1. Yeah, Riney looks like he's finding it here as the inning goes on. Wind continues to blow out slightly here at Fox Field. Spacious dimensions for our Wittenberg fans. I know Lynchburg's hit a couple home runs, but generally it's tough to get balls out of Fox Field. You do have big gaps. You can see a lot of triples here at Fox. Rocco Royer, 1-1 count with 2 outs. Lynchburg will have one of those homer guys, Ben Jones, leading off their half of the 5th inning. See if Riney can escape here and preserve the 1-run lead for Lynchburg. Swing and a miss from Royer. It's a 1-2 count. See what Riney goes with. We've seen steady diets of breaking balls from both teams, including Austin Riney. Maybe try to bury one, get it under his hands right here, that back foot concept. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, it looked like. Got a ground ball to Brandon Garcia. Shuffle and throw, and the inning is over. Lynchburg surrenders 1 run. It was 2 Wittenberg hits, and the Tigers leave 2 on. Lynchburg still leading by a lone run, heading to the bottom of the 5th inning at Fox Field. Number 21, Benton Jones, the sophomore from Durham, North Carolina, leading off the bottom of the 5th. He had the solo slam in inning number 3 to follow up the 3-run homer from Eric Hyatt. Benny Bombs is poised to do more damage. He'll take a fastball, outer third of the plate for a strike. There's nobody out in the bottom of the 5th. Quinn Madden on deck. Nate Floyd still pitching for Wittenberg. Ben Jones kind of twitched at that one, but laid off, and it's a ball. Count is 2-1 on Ben Jones. And there's ball 3. Good hitters count. You better believe Ben Jones has got the green light. It's as bright and effervescent and glowing of a green as you'll ever find here. Ben Jones laid off that nicely. Second walk of the game for Ben Jones. And that's his game right there. Take the walks, be disciplined, and then when the pitcher makes a mistake, extra base hit. A lot of times in the form of a home run. Ben Jones connecting for his first slam of the season, but he had 10 long balls last year. So Ben Jones into double digits for home runs in his career. I was wrong. He had 9 last year. So he's into double digits, though. Bunt attempt from Quinn Madden. Popped straight back, and it's strike 1. Ben Jones, a threat to run. Good speed. A 1 count here for Quinn Madden, who has 1 home run as a Lynchburg Hornet. That came in Game 2 against York this weekend. Game 2 of the series. It was Game 1 of the doubleheader. This is Game 1 of a double dip between the Hornets and the Tigers on Fox Field. We'll have about 30, 45-minute break in between games, and then we'll be set for another 7-inning affair. Jones not running, fastball middle. Madden takes it, and now the count is 1-2. With nobody out, Lynchburg leads 4-3. It'll be 7, 8, 9 due up for Wittenberg. as Lynchburg looks to hold on to a 1-run advantage, but obviously some padding would help. Wittenberg was 32-10 last year. I mean, they really, in all respects, had a great season. Lynchburg 48-8, of course, more games because of the long postseason, which included the national championship. But Wittenberg, I mean, 32-10 is nothing to sneeze at all. They were 14-2 in conference play. They were picked second in the NCAC this year. 5 straight winning seasons for Wittenberg. They took 2 of 3 from Ferrum on the opening weekend. Strike 3 looking for Quinn Madden. Second strikeout of the game for him. Lynchburg has taken 6 Ks offensively. There's 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring up Gavin Collins. Collins 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch. He flew out to center in his second plate appearance. Gavin Collins, the senior from Clifton, Virginia, did not play that opening weekend. Injury issue, but he is back 100% healthy. Playing a great third base as usual. We love watching Gavin Collins throw the leather around and throw on the run. And he can really swing it too. He is a guy that can bring a lot of juice in the batter's box. Gavin Collins looking for career hit number 150. Stuck on 149 right now. How about 49 of those are extra base hits? So basically a third of Gavin Collins' hits are of the extra base variety. He is a former ODAC Rookie of the Year. Gavin Collins, now a senior. Feels like he's been playing forever, but it's actually just 3+ years of forever. 2-1 count for the senior. Ben Jones, sophomore, leading off at first. This one sent straight back. Now it's even at 2-2. Wittenberg is in those road grays with the red hat, red belt, red cleats. Lynchburg in the home whites. Sometimes teams will put on a different top for the second game of a doubleheader. Gavin Collins swings on this, bangs it into center. It's playable, and it will be out number 2 of the inning. This brings up Logan Webster. Logan Webster is 0 for 2 in the game with a strikeout and a fly out to left. Logan Webster is a junior. Another guy that's been around for a long time. Career 261 hitter. He's got 14 extra base hits of his own. Lynchburg got the leadoff man on with Ben Jones. With 2 consecutive outs, has Wittenberg itching to get back in the dugout and swing the bats, trailing by 1. Lynchburg on top 4-3. Pick attempt coming at first. Ben Jones slides in safely head first. Good action there, but it's 2 strikes now. 0-2 count. See if Logan Webster can stay alive. Keep the inning going for Lynchburg. A good snap throw. 1 knee received down there from Xander Rodriguez. Good hustle by Ben Jones. Was not fooled. Or if he was, he got back in time. That one bounces in. Ben Jones will scamper back feet first. Not a bad time to pick right there on a ball as a catcher that bounced in the dirt. A lot of times runners are looking for that dirt ball read. Ben Jones might have extended it a little bit. But Jones back in safely again. 1-2 coming up to Logan Webster. Here's a pitch. Nearly hit him. Yeah, just judging from the body language, Webster kind of wished he would have stayed in there and let that one hit him. But instead, it's just a 2-2 count. 2 outs. See if Jones might be on the move here. Floyd set, deals. Webster swings on it. Left field. Long run. This might be tough. This ball's down. This ball is down. Left fielder got to it quick. Ben Jones, turn and burn around third. He'll come in standing up, and Lynchburg gets their 5th run of the game. 5-3. Hornets on top. Logan Webster punching one into deep left field. Double there for Webster. Just hung up long enough for the left fielder Royer to get close to it. Tried to make one of those leaping grabs and could not get there. It was a long run for Royer, yeah, and just kind of threw the glove out there. Did a nice job to pick it up quickly. But Ben Jones too quick, scoring from first. Lynchburg leading 5-3. Sean Pokerot feeling like it might be ready to poke one out there. Logan Webster, good speed at second. It was Austin Riney who came on in relief of Dominic Rollins for Lynchburg. I'm assuming again we'll see Riney to start the top of the sixth for Lynchburg, which you never know. There's another one behind Pokerot. Several times that's happened for Lynchburg hitters. And also Lynchburg has been hit by a couple pitches as well, including Sean Pokerot, who got hit in his last plate appearance. Popped up to first time up. Floyd checking the runner. Now pitches. Pokerot fouls that one back, and the count is 1-2 with 2 outs. That's what makes hitting so tough. The guy throws one behind you, unsettles you, and then the next one is in the hitting zone. You got to be ready for that. 1-2 delivery coming up for Nate Floyd. Keeps that front leg nice and bent. Sean Pokerot has gotten hit again. Just said hitting is tough. Even when you get a free base, you have to pay the price physically. As Pokey wears that one between the shoulder blades and trots down to first, gets the fist bump from assistant coach Cam Lane. Logan Webster checking the wristband, the play sheet at second. Runners on first and second. Yeah, probably not the worst Sean Pokerot has been hit. He's a catcher too. He's used to taking bumps and bruises, but never feels good. Ball 1 to Josh Jorman. Floyd seems like he's slightly lost the zone. Starter for Wittenberg was Andrew Rust. Didn't pitch poorly by any means. Lynchburg's offense, the bats just starting to wake up here. Another ball from Floyd. 2-0 count for Josh Jorman. I feel like Jorman's due for something big. Josh Jorman on the season hitting .083. Josh Jorman might be doing it off a new pitcher. He is. This is the head coach, Brian McGee, making his way out. So we will greet a new arm in just a moment for Wittenberg. Lynchburg has Josh Jorman hitting with a 2-0 count, 2 outs, 2 on. Lynchburg leading by 2 in the 5th.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
The biggest thing that I've taken from Westover is probably my interactions with faculty. I started working with Dr. Fryer. He's always available for help, and he makes sure that I get to do the experiments and not just be there while he does them. I didn't want to limit myself when I came here to just taking the prereqs for med school. I wanted to get a full, well-rounded education, and I definitely found that in the Westover program. It's given me the opportunity to keep playing soccer at a competitive level, but also it's given me the ability to be a student and to pursue other activities such as EMS. "100% do Westover because it's not something they're going to regret, and it's going to be a lot of work, but so is everything else. It's just going to help build their education that they've already had and make them a better person for it."
The third pitcher for the Wittenberg Tigers is number 9, Kyle Mahone. Made 13 appearances last year, all out of the bullpen. He was 1-0 with a 6.00 earned run average. This is appearance number 1 of the season for Kyle Mahone. Wittenberg has not used a ton of pitchers so far. 7 games in. They're 4-2, so not quite 7 games in this 7-inning doubleheader. Mahone enters with a 2-0 count. Never easy. You could make the argument it's not easy on Josh Jorman, the hitter, to really maybe you get a hitter's count negated because you have to think about what the new arm is going to bring you. It was a fastball inside that nearly brought Jorman to hit by a pitch, but he moved, and now it's just a 3-0 count. Runners at first and second for Lynchburg. They lead by 2. Hornets have already scored once in this inning. Ben Jones walked. He came around to score on the Logan Webster 2-out double. Sean Pokerot got hit after Webster. 3-1 count for Josh Jorman. He was in the midst of saying Jorman was due. He's ready to have a real hot streak and bust out. Fastball upstairs. Jorman content to take the walk. He was out of the box quickly, and now the bases are loaded for O'Kelly McWilliams the 4th. Ducks on the pond again here for McWilliams. 1 for 3 with a single. He struck out in his first at bat. O'Kelly McWilliams, you know, it's bases loaded. I would argue the base hit bunt could still be in play here for O'Kelly McWilliams. It would score the run. And the thing with that is, as long as you get it away from the pitcher, it's just the same thing as any other base hit bunt. The third, if you bunt it at the third baseman, he's not going to be able to flip it home any faster than he would go to first typically. Logan Webster leads off at third. Pokerot at second. Jorman at first. McWilliams will take ball 1. 1-1 count with 2 outs. Brandon Garcia waits on deck. Austin Riney now has had to face a really long wait before he returns to the mound, if indeed Austin Riney does return to the mound for Lynchburg. McWilliams ready for the pitch from Mahone. Check swing, that just missed. Really not a bad delivery there. Mahone looks like another Wittenberg pitcher that's got talent, got good stuff. Velocity seems to be there. It's not super hard. Got enough, I think, to keep you slightly uncomfortable. McWilliams hitting with a 2-1 count. Here it comes. There's a steep breaking ball. In for strike, 2-2. Probably rule out the base hit bunt now. Although no rule against it, just a penalty if you can't get it between the lines is you're out when you try to bunt with 2 strikes. 2-2, 2 outs. Bases loaded for Lynchburg. Here's the pitch from Mahone. Check swing, nice hold by McWilliams. Through the stop sign out for Logan Webster. Runners will get the early start here. Full count delivery coming up for Kyle Mahone. Entered with a 2-0 count on the last batter, Josh Jorman. He's set at the belt, checking the runners. Here's the pitch, swing and a miss. High fastball, big roar from the Wittenberg dugout. Lynchburg scores 1 run on 1 hit. They leave the bases loaded in the bottom of the 5th. Lynchburg leading 5-3 over the Tigers from Wittenberg. We've reached the top of the 6th inning. And in a 7-inning game, it all of a sudden feels late. Lynchburg clinging to a 2-run lead. They did add to that lead with 1 in the 5th. Lynchburg has left the bases loaded in the 4th and the 5th. Big strikeout there from the new pitcher, Kyle Mahone, to get O'Kelly McWilliams swinging at a high one. The leadoff man for Wittenberg is the shortstop, Alex Nemunitis. We think we're getting the pronunciation right for the 6-foot sophomore from Ottawa Hills, Ohio. Nemunitis, ground ball that was not fielded by the head coach, Brian McGee, although in his defense he didn't really make too much of an effort there in the third base coach's box. Some of those coaches really like to bounce around and snag those foul balls. Other guys just can't be bothered by it. Same side in play this time, past a diving Gavin Collins. Nemunitis with his second base hit of the game. He is 2 for 2 with a walk in there as well. And this brings up the catcher. No, this does not bring up the catcher. This brings up a pinch hitter. This is going to be number 2. Mitch Macy is in the game. Mitch Macy is a senior listed as an outfielder. He is in the spot that Parker Griskovic occupied. It was another name that we were apparently getting wrong. And maybe Griskovic is a little bit closer. And hopefully we'll see Parker again in game 2, although I mentioned he's the catcher, and a lot of times in these doubleheaders you will get different catchers. Griskovic was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. That could also be a reason for the change. Riney is ahead early, 0-2, before we can even really talk too much about number 2, Mitch Macy. Played in 5 games in his career. Still looking for his first career base hit. This would be a big time to do it here in the top of the 6th inning. 6th inning of a 7th inning game. I know we've probably reminded you fans of that enough, but if you're tuning in late, it might be worth mentioning again. Just 7-inning games in this doubleheader. Riney spikes a fastball. Good job by Sean Pokerock to deal with that. No advance from the runner. 1 on, nobody out. Lynchburg's got 2-3-4 due up in the bottom half of the 6th. Here's the pitch from Riney. This one laced past the third base coach's box. Foul. Good Wittenberg crowd here, by the way. We were marveling at how well the Tigers have traveled from Ohio. Not that all their players are from Ohio. Ground ball up the middle. Riney dances out of the way. How about Brandon Garcia? Speaking of dancing, spin-o-rama to field it and throw across and get the first. That was nice. That's Hollywood for you in a nutshell. It'll be 6-3 fielder's choice. Look at this. And he makes it look so easy. It's one of those that, you know, when you look at the replay and you get it slowed down, sometimes it doesn't even look that difficult. But that's again, back to how good Brandon Garcia is. His quality, he makes those difficult plays look rather easy. Pokerock wants a mound visit with Austin Riney. This will be Quentin Applegate for Wittenberg in this 9-hole spot. Pfeffer started this in center field in this lineup location. Thatcher Dietz came in. Now Coach Travis Beasley is going to come out and join this conversation with Sean Pokerock and Austin Riney. It might be another move for Lynchburg. Haven't seen anybody appear from the bullpen yet, so it could just be conversation. Talk about the plan of attack on a new hitter. Got a base open. And leadoff man Ben Siebert on deck. There will be a new pitcher involved. It looks like it's going to be Mason McDowell, number 13, the right-hander from Fishersville. Yes. I wanted to say the Thrill from Fishersville, and maybe I still can. But yes, Mason McDowell is the sophomore from Fishersville, Virginia, as we stay here during this pitching change. Riney will hand the ball over to McDowell. 4th pitcher Lynchburg has used. Remember, Colin McGuire started it, went too strong, did surrender to the 2 runs. Dominic Rollins came in, made it one time through the order. He handed off to Austin Riney, and now the baton goes to Mason McDowell. McDowell is 1-1 with one save. The one loss did come in Sunday's loss to York. Mason McDowell had been rock solid the entire season, but was not what he wanted as far as results go on Sunday, and York ends up winning the game. I would argue really nice to get McDowell back out there in a pressure situation really quickly. Some folks, some coaches might shy away from that. You might say, let's let him get some work in the bullpen, get the confidence back that way, and then we'll bring him out against Bridgewater Saturday in the conference game. And I think there's a lot to be said for hopping on the bike and riding quickly again here if you're Mason McDowell. He is entering in the 6th inning. So, who knows? Might pitch the 7th as well. There is one out in the 6th inning. And he will be facing a new hitter in the lineup for Wittenberg, number 36, Quentin Applegate. Applegate is a sophomore from Delaware, Ohio. I believe that's north of Columbus. Probably shouldn't try to just think about that right off the top of my head here, but I'm pretty sure Delaware, Ohio is just north of Columbus. Quentin Applegate has no career hits just yet for the sophomore. 1 at bat so far this season and 1 walk. Here's the pitch. McDowell, strike 1 with the good hard fastball. I don't know why I'm worried about saying Delaware is north of Columbus, because I get some other things wrong throughout the game as well, so no big deal if I get that wrong. 0-1 count here on Applegate. McDowell checks the runner, kicks and deals. Handcuffs sawed off over to the Lynchburg dugout. Now it's 0-2 pretty quickly. Getting the confirmation from my guy, Timmy LaDuca. Delaware, Ohio, just north of Columbus. I'm a big geography nut, honestly. Maybe if I talked about geography more, it would keep me from messing up baseball things. 0-2 pitch coming for Mason McDowell, the sophomore from Fishersville, which is just outside Stanton, Virginia. Check swing, did not offer. 1-2 count coming up for Applegate. Mason McDowell, such a big impact last season in the national championship run. An indispensable part of the bullpen last year. And he is a two-way guy still, folks. Maybe worth pointing that out. The first time we saw Mason McDowell was, I believe, last season in a doubleheader against York. He banged out a double or a triple in his first collegiate at bat. Mason McDowell's an infielder. We saw him playing some shortstop when Brandon Garcia was hurt. And still very much a two-way guy as Applegate fouls this one away. Just the lineup is just so stacked right now for Lynchburg. But McDowell going to continue working at the hitting as well. And who knows, we could even see him swinging a bat today. You just never know. Part of the fun of college baseball. McDowell, 2-2 count, checks the runner, breaking ball. Wow, tough take from Applegate. From back here, that looked like a really good one. McDowell will have to try again here to retire the pinch hitter, Quentin Applegate. Lynchburg's defense straight away. O'Kelly McWilliams, you can see him there in center, maybe just slightly shaded the opposite way. Breaking ball again. This ball is hit the opposite way, down the right field line. Quentin Madden's been going to that line a lot. Madden will pull that in for the second out of the inning. Big pitch there from McDowell. And it will bring up the third baseman, Ben Siebert. Base open here, but you've got the talented Tommy Chilicki in the on-deck circle right now. Tommy Chilicki, all he's done is hit a double, been hit by a pitch. The ball he got out on was a laser to second baseman Ben Jones. That came after he thought he hit a triple. I would argue right now Tommy Chilicki is the most dangerous bat for Wittenberg. So if Mason McDowell could retire Ben Siebert, it'd be a really good thing. Going to get him right here on a comebacker. McDowell is going to run this one to first, underhanded. Jorman will scoop it out of there, And it is the final out of the inning. Wittenberg gets one hit. They leave one stranded. No runs for the visitors. Lynchburg up 2, looking for insurance in the bottom of the 6th.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom,
the shortstop, Brandon Garcia, in the batter's box facing Kyle Mahone from Wittenberg. Garcia has been on twice. He's still looking for his first hit of the game. Grounded out to first in the first at bat, and then 2 consecutive walks for Brandon Garcia. Eric Hyatt is waiting in the wings, waiting on deck. Hyatt has struck out twice, but he's had the big damage with the 3-run home run. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, Ben Jones followed that up with a solo shot. Garcia slightly out front, able to stay alive. And it's an 0-2 count. Bottom of the 6th inning. And just worth repeating one more time, it is a 7-inning game. We're assuming Mason McDowell is going to stay on and try to close it out in the 7th for Lynchburg. Came on in relief of Austin Riney. Lynchburg has used 4 pitchers. It's just 3 for Wittenberg. 2-2 count for Brandon Garcia. Here comes the pitch from Kyle Mahone. That one scrambled Garcia, and it got him. Didn't see the indication the arms go up from the umpire. Okay, the umpire, I think, shook. Umpire's going to go talk to his first base colleague there. If it did not hit Brandon Garcia, that is some excellent acting and salesmanship. I thought I heard 2 distinct sounds coming in there as well. I thought I heard a sound that hit the thigh and then the mitt, but the umpire did not hear that sound. It's just a ball. It's a full count here for Brandon Garcia. Here's another look. You be the judge, fans. You may not be able to tell from this angle. Yeah, you really can't. Actually, didn't hit the thigh. If anything, it would have hit the shoe top there from Brandon Garcia. So let me now amend what I said. The 2 sounds I heard, it could have been dirt and then glove hitting right there. Another excellent replay from the team. I've got to stop saying that because the replays, the standard is just excellent. So you really, and that one did hurt Brandon Garcia, and that is a hit by pitch. That got him, I think, on the elbow. Brandon Garcia does not wear the elbow guard, and that could really hurt right there. A lot of frustration involved as well because Brandon Garcia wants to get a hit. Brandon Garcia does not want to be hit, and he also thought he got hit prior to that. So this one hurts physically as well as emotionally, I would argue. But yes, there's no mistaking that is a hit by pitch. Brandon Garcia, you would not think running would be a problem. But a counterpoint to that is try to run without moving your arms. You don't get the same speed. So you still want Brandon Garcia to be able to do everything that he normally does. If you can do it with just some pain, well, that's fine. But if your range of motion is limited because of the injury, then it might be a time to make a change. And then, of course, Brandon Garcia's got to go out and throw the baseball. That is the right arm. Brandon Garcia is one of those guys that hits left-handed, throws right. That could be problematic for Lynchburg defensively. We saw Brandon Garcia overcome some tough stuff all season last year. Had an injury early in the year that kept him out. And then just some various things throughout the year in a rugged game of baseball that takes a physical toll on you. We saw Brandon Garcia have to deal with some things. Then, of course, there was the incident in Cedar Rapids in the if necessary Game 3 championship game where Garcia kind of stumbled over the bullpen mound. It was one of those minor league parks in Cedar Rapids where the bullpens were in play. Brandon Garcia was going after a high pop-up and stumbled over the mound. And he looked to be pretty dinged up. He was able to stay in the game, finish the game, and, of course, Lynchburg finished the job with the national championship last year. Looks like Garcia's staying in here. Head coach for Wittenberg, Brian McGee, got himself a defensive timeout in the midst of all that as well. So there's nobody out and one on for Eric Hyatt. Hyatt has struck out twice and homered once. Feast or famine right now for Eric Hyatt. Garcia leads off at first. Hyatt thought about it, looked like an off-speed pitch that he will take for strike one. 0-1 count with Ben Jones waiting on deck. Benny Bombs is 1 for 1 with a bomb, also walked twice. Outstanding day for Ben Jones, his defense too. Dirt ball read from Brandon Garcia. He's one of the best in the business at that. He reads the ball out of the pitcher's hand that it's going to be short of the catcher. It's going to bounce in front of the catcher, and he takes off immediately. He does not wait to see if the catcher is going to field. He's banking on the fact that he will get to second base quicker than the catcher will retrieve and throw him out. And I love that part of his game. And honestly, you don't have to steal as many bases with a guy like Brandon Garcia because you know eventually there's going to be a ball like that. And yeah, it can burn you every now and then. Catcher might pick one cleanly and throw a strike down there. But Brandon Garcia is so successful at that. I would argue if he's up in the 85 to 90% range at those dirt ball reads, then you're willing to take a few. Swing and a miss from Hyatt. Garcia running on the straight steal, slides in safely. Brandon Garcia's at third base. It will be a punch out. Eric Hyatt, strikeout victim number 8 for Lynchburg in the game, and Hyatt has struck out 3 times. So I know he'll want more from his day if Hyatt is in the lineup in game 2. Loves the 3-run home run, but you know Eric Hyatt wants to do something every single time. Another good pitch to run on for Brandon Garcia. Catcher made that really close. Good play. Infield drawn in for Wittenberg. They're down by 2. It's now or never. 1 out, runner on third. Ben Jones lifting into right field. Deep enough to score Brandon Garcia on the sac fly. I feel sure, yes, it will be. Great day for Ben Jones. Knew the assignment, executed, and he drives in another run. All Ben Jones has done is hit a solo home run, walked twice, and now a sacrifice fly to add to the tally. So good from Ben Jones. And so key in this situation when your team is up by 2 to add the insurance run, put your ball club up 3. If Ben Jones is hitting and his team's down 9 right there, probably wouldn't go looking for the sac fly. Probably would think about a straight-up base hit. But he knows the situation, knows the scenarios, and executes the job. Great bat control there from Ben Jones. And Benny Bombs probably was looking to hit that ball deeper, but he knows, hey, my miss right here, I can just lift this ball in the outfield. Even if I don't get all of this, swing plane, pitch selection dictates that I'll be able to get this ball deep enough for my high school teammate, Brandon Garcia, to score. Great job there. Quinn Madden is hitting with a 2-0 count. Really a classic Lynchburg run that inning also, fans. Garcia hit by the pitch, advances to second on the dirt ball read, steals third, and then Ben Jones sack flies him in. No hits in the inning for Lynchburg, yet they've scored. Say classic Lynchburg because they did that so much last season. It really became one of the big traits of this team. Resourceful offensively. They don't have to bang out 16 or 17 hits to win games. They can beat you in so many different ways, swinging the bats. So many different parts to offense that don't involve swinging the bat as well. Madden could not swing it there, and the inning is done. But Lynchburg adds one. Mason McDowell back on to try to close it out for the Hornets in the top of the 7th. Don't miss the conclusion of Game 1. It's coming up next on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Look what you're missing. It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Always a fun day at the ballpark. Always a fun day at Fox Field in Lynchburg as the Hornets looking for win number 6 on the season. Wittenberg going to need 3 runs to extend this game. 6-3, the Lynchburg advantage. Fly ball into center from Tommy Chilicki. O'Kelly McWilliams is there for an easy grab. And it's out number 1. Hornets now 2 away from win number 6. Lynchburg's actually lost 3 of 4. They are the 12th ranked team in the country. 4-2 to start the year after 2 weekends on the road at showcase type of events. I don't know if the Birmingham Southern thing is quite a showcase event, but they've been going down to that event for the last few seasons. Lynchburg playing good competition early. It's one of the things that they have done this year. Beef up the schedule a little bit. Now, you can't always control what those rankings are, but you have an idea anyway of how good a team is going to be based on what they did last season, what they've got coming back. So Lynchburg really went out of their way to get some tough games. I would argue this Wittenberg ball club falls right into that. 32-10 last season for the Tigers. They've got a lot back. They have high expectations, just like Lynchburg. So this is a really nice midweek matchup for both teams to test themselves early. 2-1 is the pitch. Fastball from McDowell. Now it's 2-2. On number 15, Connor O'Malley. Interesting note here. O'Malley has had to face 4 different pitchers in his at-bats. Line drive up the middle. Got enough of that. Connor O'Malley's got 2 hits despite facing the 4 different looks. Solid day, 2 for 4. And, of course, we've got more baseball. Don't know necessarily what the lineups will be. I feel like Connor O'Malley's going to be in there, though. He's batting 3rd for this team for a reason. Here comes another change for Wittenberg. This is number 6, Jalen Williams. The scorecard is just in shambles here based on all the changes Wittenberg has made. I like it, though. Use your resources. Use a bunch of different guys in a game like this, especially early in the season for Wittenberg. That's common. You're searching for the combinations. You're searching for players that can help you. Jalen Williams is a 5'11 junior from Kentonsville, Maryland. He is 2 for 3 this season. 2 for 6. Let me amend that. Jalen Williams, 2 for 6. He's played in 3 games this season. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. 1-1 count for Jalen Williams against Mason McDowell. Good spot with the fastball, just missed for the sophomore righty. All sophomore battery right here with Sean Pokerock doing the catching. Connor O'Malley leads off at first for Wittenberg. Tigers need 3, so O'Malley as a base runner should be playing it safe right here. Still a lot of value in being aggressive and getting a good secondary and possibly getting to second on a pass ball, but the steal's off right here and probably station to station. Uh-oh, strikeout looking for Jalen Williams. Big punch out there from Mason McDowell. Xander Rodriguez represents the last hope right here for Wittenberg at the moment. Down to their final out in this 7-inning game. Lynchburg leads 6-3. McDowell set at the chin. Ground ball up the middle. It bounced off the slope, the upslope of the mound. It looked like Brandon Garcia might have a chance, but he does not. Another base hit up the middle. O'Malley had one. There was the ball hit back at Dominic Rollins hard up the middle. I like the approach from Wittenberg. They're not just thinking gap to gap. They're thinking right back at the pitcher. Pretty impressive. Rocco Royer is now hitting with runners on first and second. And now the threat is real again for Lynchburg because Royer represents the tying run. Runners on first and second. Breaking ball for McDowell just misses. Rocco Royer has a double. He's grounded out to first and then also the shortstop. 1 for 3 on the day. Rocco Royer hit the double in the first inning that Lynchburg actually got the out on to end the inning. Swing and miss from Royer, 1-1 count. Josh Jorman set up behind the runner at first. Infield is actually pretty deep, maybe even deeper than normal. Gavin Collins is guarding the line at third base. Sort of the no doubles configuration right here, and that makes sense. You want to keep this tying run out of scoring position on any base hit. Here's the pitch from McDowell. 1-1 is a strike. Good life on the fastball. Even for a guy that pitched on Sunday, he seems to be fresh and very ready. Let's see if McDowell can close it down here. He has 1 save on the season already. McDowell was 1-1 record-wise. It's a 1-2 count with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Nice stop from Pokerock. Yeah, smart from O'Malley there. As mentioned, his run really doesn't mean anything. Yes, he would have to score for Wittenberg to continue the game, but the key man is in the batter's box. So better safe than sorry out there at second base. Good job by Pokerock to get to it quick. 2-2 count, 2 outs. Let's see if Maximum Mason revs up a hard fastball right here. The pitch, it was a breaking ball. Pokerock did well to slide over and snare that with the backhand style catch. Now the count is full with 2 outs, so the runners will get a head start. Again, if you're O'Malley, be real safe out there. Don't let McDowell use an inside move and spin on you and catch you wandering off. Mason McDowell, the sophomore, takes a look. Now he's ready. Fastball. Got in on the hands. Bouncing ball to Brandon Garcia. Bobbles once, but still has time to make the play. And Lynchburg gets the win. 6-3. Hornets beat Wittenberg in game 1 of a doubleheader. Lynchburg moves to 6-4 on the season. Now 2-2 at Fox. Wittenberg will fall to 4-3. Eric Hyatt with the 3-run bomb in the 3rd inning. There's Brandon Garcia. Slight bobble, snared it with the leather, and then uncorked it. A good strong one. Nice stretch from Josh Jorman there. Eric Hyatt, the 3-run home run in the 3rd. Ben Jones followed that up with a solo home run. Ben Jones had the sac fly in the 6th inning to give Lynchburg some breathing room, and the Hornets do win it. Outstanding pitching all the way around. I thought for Lynchburg, Colin McGuire started. Dominic Rollins came in. Austin Riney in the mix, and then Mason McDowell closing it down for save number 2 of the season. We'll step aside for a bit here, baseball fans. We're coming back in just a moment with Game 2 between the Wittenberg Tigers and the Lynchburg Hornets. You'll see it all live on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Well, hello again, baseball fans. Kyle Haney here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network as the LHSN crew rolls in. We're glad you're rolling in, or perhaps you've just been sticking around after Game 1. It was a Game 1 victory for Lynchburg, 6-3. Hornets get win number 6 on the season. They are now 6-4. Wittenberg 4-3 on the young 2024 campaign. A little review of game number 1. Lynchburg 6 runs on just 4 hits, but they did get 9 quote-unquote free base runners. It was 5 walks and 4 hit by pitch. Typical of a Lynchburg win. They get a lot of runners that way, and they can get them around as well. It was the 3-run home run from Eric Hyatt in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And then Ben Jones followed up with a solo shot right after that. Lynchburg tacked on 1 run apiece in the 5th and the 6th. It was a Ben Jones sac fly that scored Brandon Garcia in the 6th inning. That was enough insurance for Mason McDowell, who came on to get his 2nd save of the season. Entered in relief of Austin Riney. Riney relieved Dominic Rollins, who got credit for the win in that game. Congratulations to Dominic Rollins, 5th appearance of the season. Colin McGuire started the game for Lynchburg. For Wittenberg, they had some good individual performances. We'll run them down, but the offense for Wittenberg mustered up 3 runs on 8 hits. They left 8 on base. They had 2 doubles in those 8 hits. Lynchburg only walked 3. Defensively, Lynchburg did have some errors. We have a new shortstop in the infield configuration for Lynchburg, and a new 3rd baseman, really. But let's talk about the brand new pitcher here. First pitch from Trent Judd, the sophomore, will start this game. Coach Travis Beasley said it could end up being kind of a Johnny Holstaff game, a bullpen game where multiple pitchers are used. Could even be 7 or 8 different arms potentially for Lynchburg. Trent Judd is a sophomore, 6'4", 185-pounder from Salem, Virginia. And this is his collegiate debut. Didn't pitch last year, has not gotten in a game yet this year. So congrats to Trent Judd for getting the start right here. And we'll see how he does in his first outing. 2-1 is the count on the leadoff hitter. This is a slight lineup change for Wittenberg. This is Nemunitis is the hitter. Nemunitis, the shortstop. And we apologize for any pronunciation difficulties. Ball in the dirt. Good take right there. The count is now full. Let's run down that Lynchburg defense for you. The battery mate for Trent Judd will be Riley O'Donovan. Sean Pokerot caught game 1. It's Riley O'Donovan in the 8-hole and doing the catching in this one. Ground ball up the middle. That continues a theme. The deflection takes it to Ryan Long at first base, Eric Hyatt at first base. Hyatt will step on the bag for the out. Wittenberg really works the middle when they're swinging the bat, and they did it again right there, but it ends up just being a 1-3 putout. The redirect takes it right to Eric Hyatt, who was on the move anyway, I think, ball off the bat. And then he just gobbled it up and beat the runner to the base. Tommy Chilicki, the 2nd baseman, is hitting 2nd for Wittenberg. He's a guy that went up the middle a couple times. Also had a double in the previous game. Hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance. Back to that defense. We've already just talked about Eric Hyatt at first. The 2nd baseman is Ryan Long. Ryan Long is playing 2nd base. Chilicki is laid into another one. Man, this guy can hit. One bounce into the wall. O'Kelly McWilliams picks it up. Tandem relay. And Chilicki stays at 2nd. A deep double. Really the deepest part of the park out there. Nice swing by Chilicki. Eventually we'll get to the rest of the defense. At first base, it's Eric Hyatt. 2nd base, Ryan Long. Shortstop is Gavin Collins. 3rd baseman is Ben Jones. So really, you've got 4 different infielders compared to game 1 here for Lynchburg. In the outfield, you've got the same configuration. Logan Webster in left, O'Kelly McWilliams in center, and then in right field, it's Quinn Madden. Batting order slightly adjusted for Lynchburg. We'll get to that in just a moment. Connor O'Malley is the right fielder, hitting with a runner on 2nd. 1 out in the top of the 1st. It's game 2 between Wittenberg and Lynchburg, and these are 7-inning double dips today. schedule adjustment because of rain tomorrow. Both of these teams had a busy weekend. Both of these teams will have a busy weekend coming up. Lynchburg going to take on Bridgewater on the road Saturday for 2 9-inning doubleheaders. ODAC opening game there. So there is a lot going on. And there's a lot going on already in this game. Lynchburg is in those home whites. Wittenberg is in the road gray. Appreciate you watching our LHSN broadcast. If you're just jumping in for game 2, or you've been along with us the entire time, we're so happy to have you here. It's a great day to play in Central Virginia. The bugs are out, though. But other than that, it's perfect outside at Fox Field. Ground ball right side. Ryan Long on the move. He'll catch it in front of Hyatt. Nice job by Trent Judd to get over there and cover. Very good play. And that is 4-1, the rare 4-1 put out in the scorebook there. Good play by Ryan Long to just get a sharp feed, but a soft enough feed to where Trent Judd could handle on the way over. And that's one for Trent Judd. You've been working on your PFPs, your pitcher's fielding practice. Been doing that over and over, but sometimes doing it in a game can be tougher. Looked pretty solid there from Trent Judd getting over to cover on that one. Matt Moore is the designated hitter. 2 outs, runner on third. Matt Moore was 1 for 3 in game 1. Singled in his first at bat, reached on an error, walked 1 time, and struck out 1 time. Struck out in the 7th inning. There where Lynchburg finally slammed the door. Mason McDowell with his 2nd save of the season. Dominic Rowlands win number 1. So many new faces, new talents. Different players getting chances and opportunities early. You got to love it. Got to love the test. Trent Judd, fastball for a strike. Count is 2-2. 2 down here in the top of the first. Judd pitching from the stretch. Set at the chest, now deals. Soft contact up the middle, deflected off his glove to Ryan Long. Long on one knee, throws and gets the out. What a play there for Lynchburg. Ryan Long just bouncing around, making some plays. Eric Hyatt caught a ball on a deflection and stepped on the out. That's a good stuff right there for Lynchburg, and a good start for the sophomore Trent Judd. A scoreless first. Lynchburg coming to hit bottom 1 in just a second at Fox Field.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
Lynchburg is all about you, your ideas, and your goals. We've got one professor for every 10 students, so you can get all the support you need. In the classroom, in the lab, or in nature. You'll learn by putting yourself out there, and we're right there with you.
Lynchburg comes to hit in the bottom of the first. It'll be the leadoff man, O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th Starting things for Lynchburg, he'll hit off number 22, Charlie Schaefer. Third appearance of the season for Schaefer. First start. He carries a 3.86 earned run average. Does have a save in on the year. He's pitched 7 innings, struck out 7, walked 4, and allowed 3 earned runs. The batting order for Lynchburg. McWilliams leads it off. Ben Jones will hit second. Eric Hyatt third. Bryce Demery fourth. Quinn Madden in the 5 spot. Gavin Collins 6th. Logan Webster 7th. Riley O'Donovan 8th. Ryan Long rounding out the order. So in addition to some changes, you have 3 new faces in the batting order compared to game 1 of today. That would be Bryce Demery, Riley O'Donovan, and Ryan Long. Brandon Garcia is not starting at shortstop, partly because of getting hit in the elbow late in game 1. Coach Travis Beasley did not rule out perhaps using Brandon Garcia in this game later on. Said he was itching to get in there and told everybody he was ready to go. McWilliams will watch a breaking ball come in for strike 2. The count is full. Also, not in the lineup for Lynchburg, Sean Pokerot. He was 0 for 1, got hit twice in game 1 doing the catching. And Josh Jorman was 0 for 2 with a walk. Breaking ball just missed. Charlie Schaefer was in his K strut there halfway to first base. And McWilliams will take a walk. First base runner for Lynchburg, obviously. Lynchburg walked 5 times in game 1. They were hit 4 times. The season average coming into the game was at 5.11 walks per game. Ben Jones, just an outstanding game 1 defensively. Made all sorts of great plays. And then swinging the bat, it was typical Ben Jones stuff. A solo home run, a sacrifice fly, 2 RBIs there in the game to go along with 2 walks. Ben Jones knows the zone. He will attack pitches in the zone, but rarely swings at things that are out of it. O'Kelly McWilliams back to first on a dive. Let's see, Brandon Garcia had a stolen base or 2 in the first game. I don't believe O'Kelly McWilliams did. You have to think the speedster will be ready to go with the track shoes on in the starting blocks over there. O'Kelly McWilliams comes into the game with 12 swipes. Has been thrown out 3 times. Not going here on the first pitch to Ben Jones. Jones hacks at that, comes up empty, and the count is 1-1. Coach Travis Beasley did not indicate how long the leash would be for Trent Judd. Wouldn't be shocked to see him come back out after an inning where he did surrender the double, but no runs for Wittenberg. And when you know you have to eat up the innings, maybe you do extend a guy a bit, have options ready in the bullpen potentially. You do get a lot of those games, a true bullpen game where each guy gets 1 inning. Oh, pitch out that went off the wall. We saw Wittenberg use a pitch out in game 1 with McWilliams on first, and he did not run. This time, McWilliams was not running. The pitch out went awry. So a little bit of a backfire there on some old school strategy. A lot of coaches now just prefer a wide fastball at normal height. Just give them a thigh high or a belt high fastball, but make it in the other batter's box. So it really doesn't alert the team that you're pitching out. Doesn't alert your opponent that you're pitching out. Full count to Ben Jones, base open now. Eric Hyatt is in the 3-hole. He homered in game 1 to give Lynchburg the lead, 3-run homer. And then this man, Ben Jones, followed up with the solo shot. Here's the pitch. That is ball 4. Back-to-back walks for Charlie Schaefer. Strange to say that it might be a sacrifice bunt situation with Eric Hyatt hitting the 3-run home run in game 1, but that might be on, especially early here in the bottom of the first for Lynchburg. Still no score. Ben Jones takes a walking lead off first base. Doesn't look like Wittenberg's expecting a bunt. None of the infielders are in on the corners. McWilliams running. Throw might have had him if the third baseman could have pulled it out of the dirt. But that is a stolen base. Stolen base number 13 for O'Kelly McWilliams. It was a strike. Ben Jones did get to second on the double steal. Even if he did pick it clean there, that's Ben Siebert at third, I believe. Even if Siebert was able to pick it clean, looked like McWilliams doing a nice job sliding to the outfield side of the bag. Might have gotten around the tag anyway. Hyatt, just a loop into center field, but it's down. One run will score. Turn and burn for Ben Jones around third. No play there, and Lynchburg is already up 2-0. Hornets stinging early. Back-to-back walks come back to bite Charlie Schaefer as Eric Hyatt just kind of soft serve into shallow center field. That's 5 ribbies on the day now for Eric Hyatt. And I would argue the day is still fairly young here. Nobody out in the bottom of the first. Lynchburg could use a big inning. Lynchburg could use an inning for their confidence, maybe where they bat around, do something really destructive. Demery was ready to destroy the baseball there, but it might be a double play. Yeah, 5, 4, 3. All around the diamond there for the Tigers. Bryce Demery, I thought, put a good move on that, but hit it right at Siebert. Throw to Chilicki at second. And really, in the end, Wittenberg actually had more than enough time to turn that one around. Quinn Madden hits with nobody on and 2 outs. Quinn Madden was in this slot last game, playing right field. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Flew out to right in the non-strikeout at bat. See if Quinn Madden can get busy. We saw him hit his first home run as a Lynchburg Hornet. It's a good way to try to bust out of a little mini slump. Base hit bunt. Went after it, didn't connect, and now it's 0-2. Quinn Madden came into the game hitting .192. Driven in 4. Had the home run in game 2 of the 3-game series with York. Here's the pitch. Just missed. Schaefer thought he got another one. Oh, he did. Sort of a delayed call from the umpire, but that's strike 3 looking. Inning ends. Lynchburg had 1 hit. They scored 2 runs. They leave none on, and the Hornets take the early advantage after 1 in game 2 at Fox Field.
Look what you're missing.
It really don't matter to me. I'm just happy to be here. I might go crazy.
Lynchburg leading 2-0 after an early strike. McWilliams and Jones walked. Eric Hyatt hit him in with a soft single to center field. Trent Judd back out for his 2nd inning of work for the Hornets. The sophomore looks to be throwing it pretty good. Had to really get active fielding the position out there. Trent Judd, the first ball bounced off of him to Eric Hyatt. That was the first out of the inning. And then there was ball to really in between Hyatt and Ryan Long that Ryan Long took, and Judd had to get over and cover first. And then the final out of the inning kind of popped from Judd's leather to Ryan Long, and then he threw to Eric Hyatt. So pitcher and the right side of the diamond were very involved in inning number 1 for Lynchburg. There's a clean single for Xander Rodriguez. Leadoff man is aboard for Wittenberg. Looks like in game 1, Wittenberg got the leadoff hitter on 3 of 7 times. The leadoff man reached in game number 1 for these Wittenberg Tigers, who as a team, I mentioned some really solid numbers team-wise. Coming in to the day, batting .326 as a unit. They average 8.3 runs per game. It was 16 extra base hits, but they did that in just 6 games. The breakdown there was 12 doubles, 1 triple, 3 homers. I believe Wittenberg hit 2 doubles in game number 1. This is Rocco Royer, who played some left field and caught some in game 1. He's in left to start game 2. Couldn't catch up with the high heat from Trent Judd, and that's a strikeout for out number 1. That's Judd's first strikeout in his collegiate career. Ben Siebert is in there now, batting with 1 out and a runner on first. Judd looks at the sign, holds, breaking ball for a strike. You got to like what you're seeing here for Trent Judd. Sophomore facing good competition. Wittenberg 32-10 last season. High hopes for this year. 4-3 at the moment, but they've played a pretty rugged early schedule, just like Lynchburg. The catcher, Parker Griskovic, is on deck. I think we've pronounced Parker's name at least half a dozen different ways today, but we're getting closer to the proper pronunciations for Parker, who impressed me in game 1. Wittenberg's an impressive team all the way around. How about this from Siebert, digging one out to lace a ball down the left field line. Good hustle to get there by Logan Webster and hold Rodriguez at first to just 1 base. That is a very long single right there, and that could come back to really, really help Lynchburg. Those subtle defensive plays that you might not think much of at the time. You save a base here or there, stealing out here or there over the course of a season, it really adds up. Here is Parker Griskovic facing Trent Judd with 1 out. Runners on first and second. Lynchburg did turn 1 double play that first game as well. Not going to get it here. Ben Jones gave it a dive. Rounding the bag. Logan Webster will throw into the cut man. Jones holds. Runners stay at first and second. But that's a run across for the Wittenberg Tigers. 3 singles in the inning now. This is the center fielder, Cam Gladden, number 1 for Wittenberg. Did not see him hit in the first game. This will be start number 2 for Cam Gladden. Enters the game hitting 143. That equals out to 1 for 7 so far this season. Trent Judd having a chat with Riley O'Donovan. One arm getting loose in the Lynchburg bullpen. Now 2, actually, a right-hander and a left-hander for Lynchburg. Hornets lead 2-1. Back in action on the road Saturday, taking on Bridgewater. ODAC Conference opener. Everybody excited about that. Lynchburg and Bridgewater, baseball-wise, definitely a rivalry. A rival in some other sports as well. And it should be a fun one. Doesn't look to be that warm Saturday. We're about 70 right now. You could really break a sweat walking around outside. Don't think you're going to have that problem on Saturday. It looks like a high right around 50. Maybe some rain in the forecast as well. Judd misses, 1-0 count to Gladden. Runners at first and second. Eric Hyatt playing behind the runner at first. Ben Jones is deep at third base. Middle for Lynchburg is a little bit deeper than a true double play depth. Gavin Collins played shortstop in a game against Roanoke last year early in the season. It's either late March or early April against Roanoke last year. That was the last time Gavin Collins played short, but he's done it other times. Ooh, interesting play here. Ball got slightly behind Riley O'Donovan. Lynchburg got the runner at third. O'Donovan went back to pick up, fired an absolute missile to second. Gavin Collins had to catch and snap throw to third. Here it is, kind of caught between no man's land. O'Donovan with a great throw. How about the nice little pick there from Ben Jones? And once again, just an outstanding replay to get a look at the tag there. Judd has walked Gladden. So back to stealing and out on the bases somehow there for Lynchburg. They make it work. Keep a runner out of scoring position. Travis Beasley out on the jog. I think it's just a conversation with Trent Judd rather than an actual pitching change. But there's runners at first and second again for Wittenberg. Could have been worse if not for the great defensive play there from Riley O'Donovan, Gavin Collins, and Ben Jones. Each guy gets a little piece of the pie on that equation that led to an out. Not really a play as a shortstop that you're ever going to work on much. Catching the ball from the catcher and then wheeling to your right and throwing to third just doesn't happen very often. So bonus points for Gavin Collins for getting it done. He's out of position as well. Been playing third base for the last few years. Judd looks in, deals, line drive up the middle. Wittenberg continues to send it back to the box. O'Kelly McWilliams got to it all the way home because Eric Hyatt slipped trying to make a relay. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. Run came in to score, and now it's runners at the corners. We are tied. Deuces apiece for Wittenberg and Lynchburg after another shot up the middle. The hitting approach from Wittenberg is so good. This man, Tommy Chalicki, worked the middle. It was a double to deep right center. First to third play being called here by the catcher, Riley O'Donovan. Fresh count with 2 outs to Tommy Chalicki. He was seeing it and swinging it well in game 1. Doubled. He had the strange play where he thought he had a triple down the right field line. Had to come back and hit again. And really, he hit the ball, you could argue, even harder, but he just hit it close enough to Ben Jones to where he made the final out. Tommy Chalicki falls probably in that don't let him beat you category. Right now, seems like he's swinging the best bat for Wittenberg. But with runners at the corners, Lynchburg can't exactly be too picky about the pitching plan right now. Some coaches would argue you could still give them a free pass because that would be the same thing that would happen if you had runners on second and third. You would say you had a base open, so you could give Chalicki a pass here. Then you just have bases loaded. Maybe a little early in the game to be thinking that way. Chalicki's going to laser one up the middle again, but it's right at O'Kelly McWilliams, and the inning will end. 2 runs on 4 hits for Wittenberg. They leave 2 stranded, and now we're knotted at 2 apiece.
Today's a rough day. Jess and I are officially on a break. The couple canoe has broken up.
How you feeling? Living the dream.
Just canoeing. That's the Mexican side behind me. The U.S. is that way.
So far, we're all still alive.
I really want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Woo! We did it! Kind of.
Gavin Collins leads off for Lynchburg in a 2-2 ball game. Hornets got their 2 runs on Eric Hyatt's 2 RBI single in inning number 1. Bryce Demery then bounced into the 5-4-3 double play. Quinn Madden struck out to end the inning. So here we go, the shortstop, Gavin Collins. Brandon Garcia not in the starting lineup for game 2. And if these 2 teams played anything like game 1, we're going to see probably a host of substitutes. Gavin Collins, he got a good swing on that. It was low, and he lifted it into center field, and it will be the first out of the inning. Gavin Collins now still hitless on the day. He's actually flown out to center field 3 times. Gavin Collins got hit 1 time. Here's Logan Webster. Webster doubled in his final at bat of game 1 today. That's his 2nd hit of the season. Webster was 1 for 3 there. Logan Webster facing the starter, Charlie Schaefer. Schaefer has a save on the season, but this is start number 1 for him. Mentioned some of the offensive numbers for Wittenberg. The defensive numbers aren't bad. The team ERA is 4.5. They've walked 47, or excuse me, they've struck out 47 and walked 29. Opponents hitting 270 off Wittenberg pitchers. That number should be getting better. Lynchburg only mustered up 4 hits in game number 1. 4 hits, and 3 of them were extra base hits. 1 double for Lynchburg, 2 homers. So that's probably a good sign. And with 5 walks and 4 hit by pitch, you could argue Lynchburg didn't have a chance to swing the bat on multiple occasions, as Logan Webster could not beat out a bouncing ball to the shortstop. And Riley O'Donovan will hit with 2 outs. Riley O'Donovan's season offensively off to a pretty good start, hitting .317, slugging at .500, on base at .500. He's got a double and a homer himself. This is start number 7 for Riley O'Donovan. 76 hits in his career. He has been in some very big games, some very big postseason games. Riley O'Donovan had 10 multi-hit games in 2022. He hit .385 a couple years ago for Lynchburg. Riley O'Donovan wants this one. Did he get enough of it? Left fielder going back. Yes, he did. Riley has rocked one right out of the ballpark. 3rd homer of the day for Lynchburg. It's Riley's 2nd of the season. He becomes the team leader now with 2. There were 6 guys tied with 1. Riley broke that tie. He's the leader again. 2 dingers, a solo slam to give Lynchburg the 3-2 lead. Ryan Long will hit 9th. Hey, Lynchburg went back-to-back in game 1. Ryan Long's a guy that could. He was one of the players with 1 home run this season. Ryan Long currently hitting .308. Senior is slugging over .500 this year. He's got 5 walks and 2 strikeouts. Ryan Long's swinging a sneaky good bat. Don't think he got enough of this one. It'll challenge the center fielder to move in that gap, but it is the final out of the inning. Riley O'Donovan breaks the tie with the long ball. Lynchburg leading 3-2 after 2 complete at Fox.
My name's Alexis Fabula. I major in criminology and I double minor in psychology and criminal forensics. My favorite part about Lynchburg is the friends that I've come to have. It's helped me come out of my shell more, and it's helped me become the person I am and the student I am. I really enjoyed how small the campus was, and I also really enjoy how small the class sizes are. It made me feel like I was going to be more engaged than I would at a bigger campus. If someone was on the fence of coming to the University of Lynchburg, I would definitely love to sit down and have a conversation with them because I'm forever grateful that I made this choice. It's definitely something that a student wouldn't regret. Out of my 4 years here, I've not had one bad experience. I've had a great 4 years, and I'm going to be very sad to go.
New pitcher for Lynchburg is Sam Allheight. He'll come in with a one-run lead after the Riley O'Donovan home run. Lynchburg 2 in the first on 1 hit, 1 in the second on 1 hit. Hornets have not left a runner on base just yet in this early part of game 2. Ernie Banks said, let's play 2. And that's what we have decided to do with weather coming in tomorrow. It was originally scheduled for a 9-inning game today and a 9-inning game tomorrow between Wittenberg and Lynchburg. But the adjustment, 2 7s today. Sam Allheight just barely missed the zone there. Sam Allheight enters with some great numbers. 3 appearances, no earned runs scored. He struck out 1, walked 1, and surrendered 2 hits. Batters hitting .250 off Sam Allheight. Another guy has really put in the work. He's in this category with some names that we've mentioned quite a bit already this season. But think about guys like Dominic Rollins, Austin Riney. They both pitched in game 1. Sam Allheight here. Even Trent Judd, who started. These guys were all on the team last year, but really did not get much activity. They were not key, quote-unquote, bullpen options. Now they are, and you're seeing that hard work. You're seeing that standard that was set by some guys ahead of them, their predecessors, both starters and bullpen guys, just the pitching staff in general, as Allheight has walked Connor O'Malley. Those were all really close pitches. But you're seeing these guys like Allheight that have put in the work, and it's paid off. They're now pitching in close games. They're now being depended on to have some competitive innings. It's not blowout duty. It's not mop-up work for these guys now. It's the real thing, and they're getting it done. Really impressed with what guys like Sam Allheight have brought to the table. This is appearance number 4. He last pitched against York, but it was only 6 pitches. So he's probably as fresh as you can get, unless he went and got some additional work after that. But anyway, if he's out there, he's ready to go. 0-2 count now on Matt Moore. Matt Moore bounced the ball off the glove of the pitcher and then into Ryan Long's hands at second, then Long flipped it to first for the final out of the first inning. And that was off Trent Judd. Sam Allheight, another left-handed option for Lynchburg. That's always nice to have. Matt Moore, I think he was upset that he didn't let that ball hit him in the thigh. We've seen that a couple times today with hitters. But Moore's back in the box here with a 2-2 count, nobody out. 3-2 Lynchburg lead in the top of the third. Allheight holds, kicks, off-speed pitch, got Moore out front. Allheight scampering off the mound in case that ball stayed fair, but it did not. And we'll try the 2-2 delivery again. Lynchburg pitching numbers, pretty great so far. Maybe not great. Wonder, some of that's going to depend on your opinion and your standard about what they should be. But Lynchburg as a team, ERA coming into the day was 4.57. 71 strikeouts to just 39 walks. K per 9 was over 7. And they were giving up an average of 5.89 runs per game. Of course, that incorporates the entire defense with that number. That's a clean single through the 5-hole for Matt Moore. And this brings up Xander Rodriguez, who is 1 for 1. Freshman continues his outstanding season. He was 1 for 4 in game number 1. Xander Rodriguez hits with runners on first and second, nobody out. Eric Hyatt, the first baseman, played behind the runner at first, so Lynchburg not expecting a bunt, and it's a good thing they weren't because Hyatt was in the exact right spot to catch a laser from Rodriguez, and then he tried to rush and dive and tag Matt Moore, who got back around the tag and safely in time. Squared it up. Eric Hyatt with the catch, and then it was just a big game of tag right there. And another replay that's just so good from our LHSN team to confirm that he did get around the tag. Short work this time for Sam Allheight. Will get a new arm that we are going to meet and greet in just a moment here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Howdy, folks. We're back here. Tice Fischel's warming up on the bump, and I'm Tim LaDuca, and I'm just introducing Kyle Haney to get back in the play-by-play saddle. He wants me to do play-by-play. I'm not doing it. I'm just here passively, do a little color commentary, but it's been a long day for me. I was up 4:30 this morning.
You're going to rub that in our face, huh?
Well, I was just driving home.
Oh, okay.
From the district.
Yeah, okay, from the district. Good for you.
Thanks.
For getting some travel in. Stealth travel mode there. I love the district. I love Tice Fischel. Second time we've seen him in about 3 days. He pitched in Game 3 of this series against York. His only appearance so far this year. Gave up 3 hits. He's right in the mix here in the top of the 3rd inning, Tim. Lynchburg leading by 1. Wittenberg with Rocco Royer at the bat. Runners on first and second. Nice start from Tice Fischel. Oh, you really aren't going to say very much.
I'm just waiting for a good time to interject. You didn't leave. No, you didn't leave anything out there for me. I left that one over the plate though for Royer.
Quinn Madden's going to make the grab. He'll fire to third. We've got a play right here. Ben Jones tried to dig it out. How about the backup from Tice Fischel? Exactly where he's supposed to be as a pitcher in that situation. Not a bad piece of hitting by Rocco Royer, but Quinn Madden patrolling right field. Got it. And the tag by Matt Moore, who now stands on, or excuse me, that was Connor O'Malley, rather. That's O'Malley at third, Moore at first. There's 2 outs, runners at the corner for Ben Siebert.
Well, that's something that the ODAC teams are going to have to learn about Madden out in right field. You know, is he a red light guy, a green light guy, a yellow light guy? He's a really good defender out there showing off a strong arm. That's what they really liked about Madden. Of course, you know, impressive numbers at the plate at Hartford Community College. But the saying on Madden was he has a really great feel out there in the outfield. He knows where he is, makes a lot of good plays, and they love his defensive ability and hitting in the middle of the lineup.
We know playing any outfield spot is tough, but here at Fox Field, it can be a little tricky down there in the corner. We've already seen that multiple times. This is our 5th game at Fox this season. I bet we've seen a dozen balls down there in that corner already. And, of course, we had the situation in Game 1 today where there was a a ball that looked to be a triple for Tommy Chalicki, and it ended up just being a foul ball. You and I and everybody in the stands trying to wrap our heads around it, and you can't really see the corner down there from our perspective, so that makes it even tougher. 2-1 count, fastball upstairs, now 3-1 with 2 outs and runners at the corners. Tice Fischel, 6'1", 180 freshman from Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania. A pitcher, another guy that seems to have the velocity, life on the fastball. See if he can get one of those in the zone here. He did. Foul ball, and now the count is full. That's the fun thing about baseball, one of many fun things. No field is the same, Tim. Basketball, you know, everything's basically the same. Football, it's all the same. But baseball, you get the different dimensions. Just adds that element. Fischel got one upstairs. Let's see if it's playable. It is not. It's going to sail over the Lynchburg dugout.
Well, you're going to get some different dimensions in basketball courts, especially some of the older gyms, but not as much personality that the different dimensions can provide at a baseball field.
And they can affect the game. They can affect the game. Pitcher-friendly parks and hitter-friendly parks. And then you got a place like Wrigley that can be one on one day and the other on another day, depending on the wind. Fischel went upstairs again. Don't know if it's by design, but it seems to be working as Siebert continues fouling them away. You get get a look at the fans here at Fox Field. A nice crowd outside enjoying the weather and enjoying their baseball. Wittenberg on spring break. They have traveled well.
Look for this pitch to be out of the zone again here to Siebert. He's really expanding the zone, trying to protect at the plate, maybe even break one off.
Yeah, not a bad thought there. Siebert continues to fight, staying alive here. Good long at bat. Umpire needs more baseballs. That's always a sign that the at bat has gone on a while. It's full count, 2 outs. Matt Moore's been on the move there several times over at first base. Let's try it again here in the top of the third. Lynchburg clinging to a 1-run lead. There's runners at the corners here for the Wittenberg Tigers. Fischel holds, deals. That's in the dirt, and ball 4. Bases are loaded now for the catcher, number 44, Parker Griskovich. He was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in game 1 before being subbed out. He's got an RBI single in game 2. Chance to do some real damage here with the bases loaded. 2 outs. Good block by Riley O'Donovan. Really slid over through the chest in front of that one. I think some other catchers would try to go with a backhand pick there, Tim. But O'Donovan, nice job to slide and use the chest protector.
Yeah, and his game behind the plate has improved. You know, Holden Fiedler, who was a stalwart back there, makes way for O'Donovan to be the lead catcher this season.
Quinn Madden pressed into service. This ball is deep. This ball is gone. Over the national champion sign, Parker Griskovich has left the yard for the biggest homer of all. It is a grand slam, Tim.
4-run shot. Can't get any more runs on a swing than that, and that's good to get out of your second catcher. But, of course, he was in the lineup earlier.
Wow.
And really displaying that power, going the opposite way to just push that one over the right center field wall.
Yeah, wind is blowing out here at Fox, but that is still not easy to do. Get one out at right field. Opposite field power. How about Griskovich? He was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts in the first game. And now he's 2 for 2 with 4 runs driven in. 5 runs driven in. Yeah, drove himself in on the home run as well. 5 RBIs. And now, all of a sudden, the game has turned again. It is a 6-3 Wittenberg lead. As Tice Fischel works to try to get out of the inning here for Lynchburg. Still a long way to go, but not as long in a 7-inning game. Fischel still working from the stretch with the high pants, stirrups showing there, black and red. And the fastball is good for strike 2.
And this is one as a freshman, you just got to kind of shake it and continue to You got a long career ahead of you, and giving up a grand slam is never fun in your second appearance, but can't really control much other than the batter at the plate. Can't control the runners when you come into a situation like this. So just barrel down and just attack the next hitter one pitch at a time.
Yeah, I think the good ones are able to do that and tell themselves, well, he just put one good swing on it. Don't assume it's something that you did or didn't do. There's a ball that did not find the zone. Fischel will probably not like that. Second walk for Cam Gladden. He's aboard with 2 outs.
Oh, we're bringing him back.
We had to count wrong. It looks like. So, now the count should be full. Gladden took off like he thought it was the 4th ball. A reprieve for Tice Fischel. See if he can get him here. Full count. 2 outs. He did. Swing and a miss. So Lynchburg surrenders the lead after the grand slam. It's a 6-3 ball game here at Fox. Hornets trailing, heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Looked like the vibes were still pretty high in the Lynchburg dugout, despite trailing by 3. All of a sudden, 6-3 after the large slam for Wittenberg. O'Kelly McWilliams in the batter's box for his second plate appearance of the game. Walked the first time up. McWilliams was 1 for 4 in game 1, struck out twice. And he's now got a 1-0 count. It's Charlie Schaefer still on the mound for Wittenberg. Lynchburg has used 3 pitchers. Trent Judd started. Sam Allheit came in. Tice Fischel finished out the inning for Lynchburg. On a day where the breeze is blowing out, we saw 2 home runs, both by Lynchburg in game 1. Eric Hyatt, Ben Jones. Riley O'Donovan has left the yard in this game too. And now Parker Griskovic with the big fly, the grand slam. 4 home runs total in this game thus far, Tim. Perhaps more on the horizon. Maybe the wind's blowing more than I give it credit for. Not that these are all wind-aided by any means. Uh-oh. O'Kelly McWilliams did not get enough of that one. Left fielder could have took a couple steps back, but a pretty comfortable grab in the end. That'll bring up Ben Jones with 1 out.
It's a very spacious outfield here at Fox Field. So even with some turbulent winds, it's going to be a good feat of strength, a good piece of hitting to get it out of here. Here's one guy who can really send them. It's Ben Jones. You mentioned double-digit home runs now in his career, only his sophomore season.
Only time he's gotten out today, it was a productive out with the sacrifice fly. Walked twice in game 1. He walked once in this game. Did come around to score a run. Ben Jones didn't swing at that 0-1 delivery, and now the count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. You definitely can't panic if you're Lynchburg. But you also got to think, Tim, after this inning is over, you only got 4 more swings at it in a 7-inning game. So can't be too patient. Can't be patient to a fault, I guess. And I don't know that anybody's ever in the batter's box really thinking about the score necessarily. But sometimes maybe the energy level does drop in the dugout, or maybe you don't feel the urgency perhaps. Who knows? Everybody's different too. 3-1 count for Ben Jones. For a guy that's built different, he'll have to take a walk. Again, multiple walks in back-to-back games for Ben Jones. He's taken 2 out of the 3 Lynchburg walks as a team. Here's Eric Hyatt, 2 RBI single in his first at bat. Hyatt had a 3-run home run in game 1, so his day has been pretty solid thus far.
Put a pin in this for me, Kyle, but let's compare Ben Jones's freshman season to the first year of Avery Neves' career here at Lynchburg. I want to just see what it looks like.
Okay.
Put a pin in that.
Okay. Oh, you're not talking about right now. You're just talking about in the future.
Let's talk about it next, AB.
I love it. It's Eric Hyatt, Jr. from Woodbridge, hitting with 1 out. Looks at ball 1. Looked to be an off-speed pitch there from Schaefer. Yeah, I got Ben Jones' freshman numbers, but we'd have to pull up Avery Neves' numbers, who continues to impress at the Division I level, along with some other Lynchburg guys that are plying their trade at other institutions this year. And how about Eric Hyatt? Multi-hit game for Mr. Hyatt. He's slapped 2 singles. Ben Jones stops at second, and now it's runners at first and second for Bryce Demery. Bryce Demery, I thought, took a really mean kind of a hack in his first at bat, but he bounced into that double play. Seeing the head coach Brian McGee walk out, might be time for a new arm for Wittenberg. Perhaps. We're in the bottom of the 3rd, 6-3 ball game, lead for the Tigers, 1 out. The dangerous Bryce Demery up. He hasn't really had a chance to bust out just yet, Tim, but he was our interviewee down in Greensboro when Lynchburg got the win over Salisbury. There will not be a new arm yet for Wittenberg.
If you're looking for a Bryce Demery takeover, this is a good at-bat to do it. 1 swing of the bat here. Ties the game up, and they say Demery shows some real pop in BP. And all year last year as he, was a reserve player for the Hornets, just waiting for his turn here. Here's a shot for him to punch the clock.
You'll watch a curveball come in for strike number 1, 0-1 count. Yeah, Bryce Demery. Just even watching that first swing today, Tim, it's a destructive, dangerous-looking lash that he takes at the baseball. See if he turns it loose here. Wittenberg keeping a close eye on Ben Jones at second base. We saw quite a bit of attention paid from Wittenberg towards the Lynchburg base runners in game 1. Probably a good thing. Try to shut down that Lynchburg running game as much as possible. 1-1 count for Demery. Doesn't pull the trigger, and it's ball 2. Charlie Schaefer on the mound for the Tigers. Pick play on here. Ben Jones will slide back safely. I don't know if you saw that there, Tim, but that's a play Wittenberg ran a bit in game 1 as well. The pitcher will pick while he's getting his signs. Rather than coming set and doing a traditional pickoff, Wittenberg did some of that as well, but it's a pick before he's even set while he's getting the signs. You're trying to get that batter just maybe as he's walking off. Maybe the batter's even trying to look at the signs potentially as well, or the runner rather. So that's a good move there by the Tigers. 2-2 count. Good breaking ball from Charlie Schaefer. 1 out. Here's the pitch to Demery. Got a piece of that to stay alive.
Schaefer real experienced here, only in his 3rd season with the Tigers, making his 35th appearance in his 3rd year. With some really good numbers to go for it. Strikes out a lot of batters, about 1 per inning, especially last season.
That just got enough of Demery there. That'll be a hit by pitch. didn't move out of the way. Lynchburg's first hit batter of this game. They were hit 4 times in game number 1. And the
and look at how Demery's not even afraid of this one. It's just kind of unbothered by it. He stands right on top of the plate. A lot of Lynchburg hitters do, but it seems to be something that's kind of taught in the hitting room. But when you own that batter's box, you own the plate, it kind of shrinks the strike zone almost a little bit.
Yeah, I think it creates really an uncomfortable situation for the pitcher because you know you can't really miss. That one was up and in. Quinn Madden just sort of dodged out of the way, and now it's a 1-0 count for the junior transfer. Hitting with the bases loaded. And speaking of pop, Tim, Quinn Madden, we saw a homer on Sunday against York. His first for Lynchburg. It's another one. Up and in, eye-line breaking ball that was wayward. Now the count is 2-0.
Something that the Hornets kind of struggled with in game 1 is batting with the bases loaded. Left them loaded twice in that first contest and only 6 trips to the plate.
Fastball for a strike. Madden lays off. Infield is maybe a modified double play depth. The corners are deeper here. As Schaefer will step off, and there's the one disengagement. The one free one you get. Now, you and I were talking about this a bit in game 1. If he wants to step off again, he has to throw to a base to do it. Sometimes you'll see guys do the token throw just to get that. Madden likes that one, rips it through the hole. 1 run will score. Stop sign up. Oh, now it's back on again as the left fielder bobbles it. Good base running there by Eric Hyatt to initially round third. Coach Oscar Garcia held him up, but then after the bobble, Eric Hyatt restarted, got the parking brake out, and then went home for the second run on the swing. Lynchburg's now within 1, 6-5. Hornets trailing by 1, but appear to be stinging again here in the bottom of the third. Good swing from Quinn Madden. I think he actually wanted to get that ball elevated, but ended up rolling it through the hole there. Successful 2 RBI single, and now Charlie Schaefer will get lifted for a new arm out of the bullpen. Lynchburg down by 1. Runners on first and second. We're coming back in just a moment on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.
Sophomore debut for the management major from Akron, Ohio. It's Mikey Eichhoff on the bump for the Tigers. He's warming up here. He's going to pitch. He's going to pitch to Gavin Collins, who was standing in the batter's box for the last warm-up pitch for Eichhoff. That was a little odd. You don't see that often.
No, I think sometimes that can draw the ire of the pitcher that's warming up and the defensive team. Gavin Collins, 0-0 count. 1 out. Runners at first and second. Lynchburg down by 1. Collins likes the first delivery and shoots it into left field. Demery will hold at third. The bases are now loaded. Gavin Collins, first hit of the day. And it's Logan Webster, who did have a double in game 1. Bounced out to the shortstop in his first at bat this game. Gavin Collins. That's career hit number 150 for Gavin Collins. Congrats to Gavin Collins. 150 and counting for the senior from Clifton. Breaking ball in for a strike from Mikey Eichhoff.
Collins is going to get a chance to rival some of the COVID records, even though he doesn't get a COVID season, just playing so many playoff games since he was a freshman.
Logan Webster fouled that ball off his foot. Wittenberg was going to attempt to turn the double play anyway. Probably a good idea. You never know where the ball's going to be.
They could just overturn the call.
You probably should just go ahead and turn it anyway. We've got the video replay there. Ooh, yeah, right off the foot from Logan Webster. 0-2 count on Webster. Got him out front, got him swinging. That's a strikeout. There's 2 down here in the bottom of the third. It's Riley O'Donovan, homered in his first at bat, ready to rock and roll again. This will be the 8th hitter Lynchburg is sent up here in the third inning. O'Kelly McWilliams led off, flew out to left. Here we go, Riley O'Donovan in a situation to do some more damage. He wanted the first one and fouled it off.
This is reminiscent of last year's team that we haven't seen yet from the Lynchburg Hornets. Anytime there was a deficit right in the next half inning, the lead had changed hands again. Deficit was gone. Lynchburg never wasted any time getting back in the lead after sometimes giving up a crooked number.
You're exactly right, though. That could be one that's worth doing a deep dive in and looking at the box scores. You don't even have to dive that deep. But just how many times Lynchburg did answer the other team scoring the very next inning, and maybe not run for run, but it seemed like they were never blanked in an inning after the other team scored. You're right. Lynchburg's got 2 here in the bottom of the third. Riley O'Donovan had to use some fancy footwork to get out of the way of a fastball from Mikey Eichhoff, and now the count is 2-1. Lynchburg scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. That was O'Donovan's solo shot. 2 here in the third, looking for more with the bases loaded. Did he get another one? Riley O'Donovan is just going to bang a no-doubter. It's another grand slam, and this time for the Hornets. Riley rocking one again. His second dinger of the game. He is 2 for 2 with 2 long balls.
Riley O'Ding-dong going Yabo, grand slam. Get it in here. Riley O'Donovan, big swing. He's the guy who's been putting power on the board since he was a freshman. He's been able to swing it really well, and that, I mean, he's always been getting at bats, but now he's going to be really getting a lot of consistent at bats, getting the catch, which can help the game day preparation as well. And it's good to see some fruits of his labor here.
10th career home run for Riley O'Donovan. 2nd of the game for Riley O'Ding-dong. Riley the Rock. That was awesome. And he's now driven in 66 in his career. Like you said, it is a very good career for Riley O'Donovan. You keep swinging it like that, you can't keep him out of the lineup, Tim. How about it? From the 8-hole, by the way. And now we have seen how many home runs today? 5 total today. And a couple this weekend as well. We talk about it so hard to hit it out of Fox. Maybe things are changing a little bit. Sean Pokerok, a home run this weekend. Quinn Madden, a homer this weekend. Riley O'Donovan, 2. Eric Hyatt and Ben Jones homered earlier in this one. A hitter's paradise at the moment. And Lynchburg with the lead back, 9-6. This is so much fun. Ryan Long, 2-2 count with 2 outs. Bouncer, right side. If it stays fair, it's going to be a problem for Ryan Long, and it is. Mikey Eichhoff came over, snagged it, and stepped on the base himself, but the damage is done for Lynchburg. 6-pack in the bottom of the 3rd, including the grand slam from Riley O'Donovan. Hornets back on top, 9-6 through 3 complete. It was a great inning for Lynchburg even before Riley O'Donovan stepped to the plate. Quinn Madden had a 2 RBI single, but the damage continues with Riley O'Donovan, his 2nd homer of the game, 3rd of the season. Riley O'Donovan came into the game hitting .316. Also, he's got a double in there as well, and 3 home runs now. Riley O'Donovan, a proven commodity for the Lynchburg Hornets. He proves it again, gives Lynchburg a 9-6 lead. 9-6 now. And we get to see Caleb Belisle on the mound. This is a guy we've been clamoring for. We've been wanting to see Caleb Belisle for a while, and he's out there now. He is pitcher number 4 for Lynchburg. Trent Judd started. Sam Allheit came in. Tice Fischel got some work. And now it's Caleb Belisle fresh in the inning to the leadoff man, and there's an out. Good job for Caleb Belisle to record the first one. We are in the top of the 4th inning. And worth reminding again, it's just a 7-inning game. Caleb Belisle, 6'4", senior from Virginia Beach. Caleb Belisle has been on the ball club, but this is career appearance number 1. So congratulations. Sorry, there's a runner on first. I was looking at the potential replays and all the stats for Caleb Belisle. So base hit. That's a big mistake right there. When you confuse an out for a base hit or vice versa. I mean, it's one thing to get a ball or a strike wrong. We've done that before. And this will be the last games that I can watch out. Sharp shot right there. Umpire had to take evasive action. I saw that one, and then it got under Ryan Long's glove. I think Ryan Long, I don't know if he thought he came up with it or not, but it was ripped off the bat of Tommy Chilecki, whose hot day continues. I mean, Riley O'Donovan swinging the bat, but Tommy Chilecki, every time he turns it loose, it's a line drive. He has impressed me so far. 1st and 3rd, runners on 1st and 3rd now, nobody out. Caleb Belisle, another guy I was getting ready to say, throw him in the category of guys that have been on the team and working hard and now getting a chance. Caleb Belisle in the mix with a 3-run lead, 9-6. You want to be in the mix. You just don't want to be in the blender getting ground up against a team like Wittenberg, who's very good. This team has impressed me. The way they work the middle. It is very good. And really, they use all fields. Factor in a grand slam for Wittenberg that went the opposite way. It's a good hitting team. They hit 350 as a team last year, over 350. Here's a fly ball. This one's going to get caught, right? Can't screw that up. Yes, the catch is made. It will be a sacrifice fly. And run number 7 of the game comes across for Wittenberg. Still a runner on first now with 1 out. Matt Moore due up. He is 1 for 2 with single. That came in inning number 3. Excuse me, fans. We are in the top of the 4th in what is turning into an offensive explosion type of game. Could be good for Riley O'Donovan. More at bats. Rest of this Lynchburg team isn't swinging it bad either. How about Eric Hyatt? He's 2 for 2 this game. He homered in game 1. So more at bats for Eric Hyatt would be a good thing for Lynchburg fans. Ben Jones is 0 for 0 with a couple walks. Other hits for Lynchburg include Quinn Madden and Gavin Collins. Right now it's 5 hits for the Hornets. Here's a fun stat, by the way. Lynchburg has scored 9 runs on 6 hits. 6 hits for Lynchburg, but they've left none on. And it feels to me like it's so rare to have that happen. Wittenberg has scored 7 runs on 9 hits. They've left 3 on base. Caleb Belisle working with runners at the corners. There's a fastball for a strike on number 30, the designated hitter, Matt Moore. Matt Moore from Wadsworth, Ohio. A career 350 hitter with over 120 hits in his career. That one missed the plate. It'll be another in a long line of career walks for Matt Moore. So Belisle will now have to pitch with the bases loaded and 1 out. Eric Hyatt's going to make a glove change. Eric Hyatt is going to make a leather adjustment here. He will get a new mitt. It is a mitt, actually. Went through that last year. The first baseman wears a mitt, not a glove. Same thing with the catcher, but a new mitt is required. Now, of course, you don't have to wear a first baseman's mitt at first base, but the inverse you can't do. You can't take the first baseman's mitt anywhere else. You know, we're getting a look at it. It does look to still be a first baseman's mitt. Don't know if he broke some. I mean, I would assume he broke it. I don't think Eric Hyatt just decided randomly to make a change there, Tim. I think the mitt must have gotten broken at some point during the inning there. Or perhaps Eric Hyatt had some pieces of leather holding it together, and that failed, so then he had to just go to the brand new one. It's runners on first and second, by the way. I think I've screwed that up multiple times, probably just in this inning alone. Runners on first and second with 1 out in a 9-7 ball game. Caleb Belisle pitching for the Hornets, nearly hit Xander Rodriguez, who's 1 for 2 in this game. Bail me out here, Tim. This is why I wanted you to do some of the play-by-play so you could bail me out.
What do you need help with?
Just the basics, apparently.
You're doing good.
I thought there
Eric Hyatt is fascinated with that glove over there. We'll see if that makes any impact on the game. He's not comfortable with it. It's pretty clear. If we can get a shot of him, he's really just manhandling and looking down at it every couple of seconds.
Huh. Yeah, that is an interesting. That's what's so fascinating about this game and so much fun. You just always see something different. Just when you think you've seen everything in a baseball game, something will come up like that, where you see a guy change mitts in the middle of an inning. And it's not a big thing. I don't think anybody's going to lose sleep over that tonight, but it's just part of what makes this game interesting. It's a 3-1 count on Xander Rodriguez. Caleb Belisle has found the zone again. He'll miss it that time with a high fastball. Back-to-back walks. Belisle surrendered 2 singles. And now the bases are loaded, which I think I mistakenly said earlier. But the bases are loaded now. For the Wittenberg Tigers, Rocco Royer finds himself in a great spot here. His team down by 2, but ready to go to work against the tall right-handed Caleb Belisle. Breaking ball, strike. Might have been just something off the fastball there, but it looked like a noticeable velocity difference.
Well, this is where those fall games really come into matter because Caleb Lyle hasn't played in a game. This is his first opportunities here. And so he has to be fresh. He's a senior. He's gotten so many reps in the fall.
Line drive to right. Quinn Madden couldn't get there. That's down for at least 2. 1 run is in. 2 runs are in. And it's a stand-up 2 RBI double for Rocco Royer. 3 hits in the inning now for Wittenberg, and we're tied up again. 9-9 with 1 out in the top of the 4th. We'll get some activity from head coach Travis Beasley. We'll get a pitching change for the Lynchburg Hornets. In a tie game, we'll get another new arm to the mound here. Looks like it's going to be Nathaniel Mack. Why don't we just keep it right here, Tim, and we can talk more Nathaniel Mack. Mr. Mack to the mound. He has pitched this season and in years past. Let me give you the rundown. 0.0 ERA for Nathaniel Mack in 1 appearance. That was 2/3 of an inning. Did surrender a hit, but no earned runs. Struck out 1 in that appearance. I can tell you that goes back to the East Texas Baptist game. It was way back on February 16th. Hard to believe we're almost a month into the season, too, because I'm still rusty, and I'm in preseason form, but soon midseason form will be upon us, and then hopefully postseason form.
Well, those are all kind of arbitrary benchmarks. You know, you can't just turn the page from March to April and say things are going to be different.
Right.
You take a 30-game stretch of any part of the year and you could find anything. Why do you have to go from March 1st to March 30th to find any value? I just want to see your best 30 days.
Mm-hmm.
So,
you and I have talked about that with the Major League Baseball splits. You know, they'll show you a guy's batting average in April or May or June, and yeah, it's kind of comical to think that would matter.
Something to
or
note,
the day
though,
of the week, they do those as well, those splits.
And they play every Friday, so your numbers could be looking a little different there. If you're
That's
playing
true.
Every
Whereas
Friday.
some Mondays
Yeah,
you're going to have
yeah.
off. That's a good point.
But something notable, you know, the time of the year in general, I guess, early on in the season, I don't think this is an easy place to hit. You know, we talked about the dimensions, but something I bring up when I do my annual baseball call is the backdrop. The batter's eye here has got to be so hard because you look out there and those trees, with no leaves, some of those trees aren't even, you know, a darkish brown or anything like your traditional tree you draw when you first start out. They're white, so the baseball's blending in. The background is just hard to decipher that ball. Hitters are picking it up really well right now on both sides, and that's really interesting to see how the offense is going to translate in April when the leaves are on the trees.
Right. The next time we're back here will be March 16th when Lynchburg is hosting Roanoke. Lynchburg's got to go on the road for their next 4. But I wonder, I mean, especially if the temps stay like this, I wonder if we will have some green on the trees by the next time we're back here. They won't be fully in and green just
the
yet.
Cherry blossoms in D.C. are coming early.
Are they coming early?
They're coming
That's
early,
always
so
great to see, by the way, if you haven't seen that before, fans.
That might be a sign that we're getting leaves on the trees.
Nathaniel Mack. Oh, got soft contact. This ball's in the air. It's going to drop. It could be, was it an infield fly rule? The runners did not go. Yeah, they called a soft little infield fly rule right there. Umpire didn't make a big gesture, but he must have called it because no runners advanced.
Yeah, so he's just going to be out on. You can give it to Ryan Long on the 4U, or the P4. Oh, he's on first. So they did not call it infield fly. That's going to be your classic infield single.
Oh, it's just an infield single.
Yeah.
Man, see, we're so out of it. You could only have an infield fly rule with runners on first and second, or the bases loaded. Ryan Long just didn't read it well off the bat, Tim, and that's why it dropped in. So, again, confusion on the broadcaster's part. I thought it was bases loaded, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, fans.
I don't know if Siebert knew he was out.
Did he wander back to the dugout?
Did he wander back to the dugout? Because when I did look at first base, it was unoccupied.
Yeah, the double from Rocco Royer scored 2, and Royer is on second right now. Now Siebert is on first. The bases are loaded now, fans. We can confirm that. Maybe we should go sans broadcasters for a bit while we get ourselves together. Nice wide target here from Riley O'Donovan. See if Mack hits it. Went with the breaking ball that looks sharp, but it's a 1-2 count now.
I think I could probably do that waxing poetically about cherry blossoms in a bases loaded situation. That'll probably help the focus level from you up here.
No. That was all my fault. My focus should never waver. 1-2. Mack set at the belt. And now gets his man with a high heater. 2 outs. Nathaniel Mack is pumped, and with good reason. 9-hole man Cam Gladden coming up with the bases loaded. Yes, the bases are loaded. Yes, the game is tied. And there's 2 outs. Those are the basics. You always got to get the basics right and then go from there. Lay the foundation. Nathaniel Mack is the pitcher for Lynchburg. Cam Gladden is the hitter. Another basic for you. Riley O'Donovan, battery mate. Another sharp breaking ball from Nathaniel Mack. I tell you, Tim, I like what I'm seeing from Mr. Mack here.
He got some good confidence. Length of the arms. He gets down the hill. You know, the ball just rides up on the batter really quickly.
Strike there. That could have been a high heater, maybe even a high slider cutter there. 0-2 count. Mack pitching with the bases loaded in a tie ball game in the top of the 4th. An offensive fan's delight here in game number 2 of the day. It was a 6-3 Lynchburg win in game number 1. Here's the pitch from Mack. Got it where he wanted it. Nice hold from Riley O'Donovan. 1-2 count. Gladden laid off. I think it was off the plate, but O'Donovan, with the way he set up, really made that look very presentable.
O'Donovan's definitely stolen a couple strikes today.
1-2 pitch coming up. 1 knee down for O'Donovan. Went with the slider off the plate. Gladden took it. Count is even at 2-2 with 2 outs.
O'Donovan set up in the opposite batter's box, but the pitch is still coming over the heart of the plate. Could it be a distraction with the runners on? Maybe trying to let the batter think it's going to be outside and then come back in?
Foul ball there from Gladden. It's an interesting thought. And, you know, there's so many different combinations to that between umpire and hitter. Who knows what bothers one or the other?
Well, I'm just saying the runner on second could give a little signal to
sure.
Gladden, like, hey, outside on this one.
Teams will do that. Tipping pitches, tipping location. That'll happen. And you can do a fake setup with your catcher to counteract that. Check swing, but he went around. 2 big punch outs for Nathaniel Mack. He is pumped. Full-throated yell right there, and we are tied 9-9. Heading to the bottom of the 4th in a fun day of baseball here at Fox Field in Lynchburg. Wittenberg scores 3 in the top of the 4th. That was on 3 base hits, but leave it to Lynchburg's Nathaniel Mack to restore some order to the game with 2 big strikeouts. Leaves the bases loaded, and we are tied 9-9. Brand new ball game. It was already a short game, Tim. a 7-inning affair, but now it's going to feel even shorter here in the bottom of the 4th in a tie game. O'Kelly McWilliams leads off. We've got Ben Jones on deck, so let's start a mini conversation about Ben Jones statistically, how good he was last season.
You want to get into that now?
You want to get into it right now? Watch O'Kelly McWilliams there. Showed the bunt and then had to move because that ball nearly clipped him. We can wait. We can talk about, I mean, Ben Jones has been pretty good this year as well, for that matter.
Have you touched at all about the fact that O'Kelly McWilliams hasn't taken a college at bat in a real game? This is his batting career debut.
You're right. O'Kelly McWilliams is a transfer who played college baseball at Wofford, but only pitched at Wofford.
And sparingly. Of course, we talked about with Belial, the fall ball stuff. He must have had the bat in his hand a little bit. He's too fresh to have not. But he hasn't been in the game flow consistently with the bat in his hands, and now he's hitting leadoff for the reigning national champions.
No, I think we maybe briefly mentioned in one of the York games that O'Kelly McWilliams was primarily a pitcher at his previous stops. McWilliams has drawn his second walk of the game, by the way. Leadoff man is aboard for Ben Jones.
So Avery Neves, his first year with the Hornets, he transferred in from a community college. 10 home runs.
Okay.
Just one more than Ben Jones. 35 walks. How many walks did Ben Jones have?
Ben Jones had 36 last year. Yep.
On-base percentage of .500.
Ben Jones' on-base percentage last year was .459.
And that's 21 stolen bases. That's going to be a big difference.
Ben Jones had 9. He was 9 for 10, though. Great
and
percentage.
And just less games. Neves played 48 games.
Yeah, Ben Jones played 43 as we get a new pitcher to discuss more. Ben Jones' average last year, 314. That was 50 hits. Neves, something around there?
67 hits, 374.
That's meaty. That's tough.
Yeah. 17 doubles for Neves.
Yeah, 13 for Ben Jones.
The numbers, what I'm trying to say is that's a full season of work. Ben Jones came, and that's also with college experience. Those numbers you compared here with Neves are, as a freshman. Stepping in, he didn't even start the year in the lineup. He hit his first home runs, around this time, maybe a little later in Greensboro. But those numbers projecting pretty well for a player in his second season here with a national championship under his belt.
Yeah, I remember Ben Jones had the moment in the Bridgewater doubleheader in the regular season here at Fox where he factored into a walk-off win there for Lynchburg, and then basically it was after that, and then like you said, that Greensboro Pfeiffer trip, which Lynchburg is going to make again next week. You couldn't get him out of the starting lineup at that point, and it made sense based on the season that he had.
Am I out of line saying those are Avery Neves type numbers?
No, you're not out of line.
He had more walks.
Right, he did, and I think to me it's almost alien. Like it's not human to be able to do that as a freshman. What Ben Jones did. I totally agree with you. It's
exciting.
It's probably, we probably, again, don't give some of these guys the credit that they deserve. And you can't because of the flow of the game. Other people come up to bat, et cetera, et cetera. We're not doing like a pregame, postgame concept as the new pitcher will come in with a fastball way up the ladder that Ben Jones doesn't even have to think about. And it is number 16 on the bump for Wittenberg. It'll be a brand new arm to the season. We did make some defensive changes, and by we, I mean Wittenberg. But we're checking. Here we go. Number 16. Oh, we got Tommy Chalecki in there pitching. Is that right? Awesome. Tommy is listed as a right-handed pitcher and a third baseman on the roster for Wittenberg.
Checks out.
He's had an awesome day swinging the bat. Ha, he has blown me away swinging the bat. Speaking of guys that seem alien, Tommy Chalicki, the way he has laid the metal to the ball today has been very impressive. And I would say if this game is still tight later on, you might see Lynchburg trying to pitch around Tommy. 3-0 count. You might be pitching around Benny Bombs right here. It looked like maybe he tried to throw a strike and just missed, but that is a 4-pitch walk for Ben Jones. So the man that had all the walks last season continues to get quite a few. Walked twice in game 1 with a homer, Ben Jones. That's going to be a short trip to the mound for Tommy Chilicki. But Ben Jones, just continuing the thought, he walked twice in game 1 and homered and hit a sac fly. In game 2 here, Ben Jones has 3 walks. So on the day, Tim, he's 1 for 1 because the sac fly doesn't count against you. He's 1 for 1 with a homer and 5 walks. And a sac fly for Ben Jones. I think he scored 3. I'll double check that. I'm shocked that I even can get the fact that he scored 3 runs when I didn't even know the simple situations. A quick pitching change here for Wittenberg. It really has become Johnny Holstaff. They're not going 1 pitcher an inning, Tim. They're going 1 pitcher a batter at this rate. It's a 9-9 ball game with no outs. I wonder if Tommy Chilicki just threw a batter just to maybe get somebody else some time to get loose, potentially. That's a thought. And this is number 29, the shortstop and leadoff man, Alex Nemunitis. We've got to confirm that pronunciation again. But the head coach, Brian McGee, has used many different pitchers and many different position players in different spots as well. It's been a fun thing just to try to keep track of on your scorecard, all the changes for Wittenberg. Eric Hyatt will be the batter for Lynchburg. Hitting with nobody out. Bryce Demery will be on deck. It's a 9-9 ball game. Lynchburg has their 9 runs on just 6 hits. And Lynchburg has left none on in a strange twist of statistical analysis. I'm told Bill Gerke was watching out there too. We had a moment to just slide that in there. Bill, hope you're great. I know you are. We got a bunch of Lynchburg fans that I don't see at the ballpark, so I know they're probably tuned in. We could create a shout-out, a roll call roster to go through. Let's work on that, but again, let's work on getting the basics right. As the changeup comes in there, Eric Hyatt does not offer. It's an 0-1 count for the junior. All Eric Hyatt's done is gone 2 for 2 in this game, a couple RBIs. Hyatt hit a 3-run homer in game 1. Could be time to do that again. Looked like another off-speed pitch, missed low. Hyatt did not swing, and now it's a 1-1 count in a 9-9 ball game. It has been thrilling. Every day at the ballpark brings something special, but today, so much good stuff. Eric Hyatt had 10 runs driven in Lynchburg's trip to Cedar Rapids. 6 games there in the national championship. McWilliams bouncing off at second. He will run. Fastball, strike, slides in head first. Ball kicked away from the third baseman, but not far enough for McWilliams to go. There's another stolen base for O'Kelly McWilliams on the year now. IV has 14. That was what we found out was one of the preferred nicknames for O'Kelly McWilliams IV, and IV because the Roman numerals for 4 look like the IV. Hyatt got this ball airborne to right field. Sac fly potential. McWilliams definitely has the speed. He's on the move. He'll slide in feet first. Throw went over to third base. Good base running there from Ben Jones. So in addition to all the other things that Ben Jones does, he was able to slide up to third on the sacrifice fly. Eric Hyatt, another RBI there. Run-producing machine, and another run scored for O'Kelly McWilliams IV. And that one was not super deep. That's one where IV's speed probably was the difference maker. 1 out, runner on third, Bryce Demery. Wanted the first one, swung through it for strike 1. Outstanding day for Eric Hyatt. 3 RBIs in the first game. That was all in one swing of the bat. He's got 3 in this game. 2 for 2 with a sac fly. Breaking ball, strike, 0-2 count on Bryce Demery. Quinn Madden, the right fielder, waits on deck for Lynchburg. Gavin Collins is in the hole. Infield is drawn in for Wittenberg. Here's the pitch to Demery. Just missed there on a fastball. Outfield straight away, regular depth. Wittenberg will have the leadoff man up. Nemunitis. 1-2 count for the shortstop turned relief pitcher. Ball 2. Nemunitis did pitch some last season. 6 appearances, in fact. 4.76 earned run average. Struck out 4, walked 5. Demery swings at this, fouls it away. Had a lot of sun early, cloudier now. Probably makes sense with the rain coming in tomorrow. Wind still blowing out gently here at Fox Field in what has become an offensive paradise. Homers abound and then other runs being scored as well. Evasive action from the third base coach, Oscar Garcia, on a foul ball from Bryce Demery. Lynchburg leading 10-9 after the sacrifice fly from Eric Hyatt that scored O'Kelly McWilliams. Umpire just giving a second for that ball to be retrieved. It bounced out into the field of play, but now we're set to go again. 2-2 with 1 out. Infield still in. Another ball that just missed. Nemunitis is all around it, and the count is full. 1 out to Bryce Demery. Could be Bryce Demery takeover time. BDTO might be in effect right here, with Ben Jones getting the lead at third base. Here's the pitch, another foul ball from Demery. It's turned into a long at bat. The umpire needs more baseballs. Nathaniel Mack with 2 big punch-outs to get Lynchburg out of the 4th inning. Lynchburg did surrender 3 in the 4th. That allowed Wittenberg to come back and tie it up at 9-9. Demery swings through a pitch that was down in the zone, and that's out number 2 in the 4th inning for Lynchburg. Quinn Madden has struck out once. He also has 2 RBI single. Madden was 0 for 4 in the first game. Got some Lynchburg subs swinging a bat over behind the dugout. Not just an area for the pitchers to get loose, but hitters and position players as well. 1-0 count on Quentin Madden. 2 outs with a runner on third. Infield's back to the normal depth. Madden had good bat speed there, but swings through it. Now it's 1-1. How about Riley O'Donovan? He has 2 home runs, including the big slam. Quinn Madden yanks it down the line. Tough play for the third baseman, but he's on it. Long throw, successful. Umpire looking for the ball. Yeah, they got it. Cam Lane is saying that the home plate umpire should interject and say that the first baseman came off the bag. It would be the end of the inning if the first baseman did stay on the bag. Here we go, fans. You be the judge. Pretty good play right here to throw across. Well, I don't know. Might be one that's still tough to judge. If you're a Lynchburg fan, you might be slightly biased. If you're a Wittenberg fan, you're slightly biased. The umpires have confirmed the call, and Quinn Madden is out. That will end the inning. Lynchburg scores 1. They have scored 1 in every inning so far. They leave 1 stranded, and we'll move to the top of the 5th inning with the Hornets on top, 10-9. got 4 complete here at Fox Field, and you're going to get a look at 2 big punch-outs from Nathaniel Mack. Came in to save the day there in the top of the 4th inning for Lynchburg. Struck out the last 2 hitters to get Lynchburg out of the inning. Wittenberg has scored 0 in the first, 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 3 in the fourth. Lynchburg, 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 6 in the third, 1 in the 4th inning. We will get another look at Riley O'Donovan's home runs at some point. Yes, Riley O'Donovan has 2 homers in this game, including a grand slam. He is catching that guy, Nathaniel Mack, who really looks sharp. He'll work with a clean sheet here. Mack had to enter with runners on base. Now to start the top of the 5th inning, still Nathaniel Mack's ball, 1-0 count on the leadoff man, Alex Nimunitis. He came in to pitch. Both teams have used an array of pitching options. And I feel sure to say we have not seen the last of the pitching options in this game. 10-9. Explosive offensive game. Another ball up the middle from Wittenberg. File that away. If you're a Wittenberg opponent, I don't know how you can really take it away from them. I guess you can have your second baseman and shortstop cheat the middle, but it's just a really sound approach. I mean, it's a head-high line drive right off the L screen. That's the screen that you use in front of the batting practice thrower. That's what they seem to want to do every single time. Yes, they've gotten some balls elevated. Of course, Wittenberg has hit some doubles to the gaps and over outfielders' heads, but it is a disciplined approach right back through the middle. Lynchburg pitchers have gotten hit a couple times. Not hard, obviously. Everybody stayed in the game. Even to start this game, Trent Judd was under fire. He started it for Lynchburg. Sam Allheit came in. Tice Fischel was the 3rd pitcher. Caleb Belisle we saw, and now Nathaniel Mack. 5th arm Lynchburg is used. 1-1 count. Eric Hyatt still looking at that glove over at first base. The first baseman's mitt. He made a change in mid-inning, which is something you rarely see. Another throw to first. Infield configuration is different from game 1 all the way around. Eric Hyatt plays first base. Ryan Long at second. Gavin Collins short. And Ben Jones at third. And then just extend that to the second half of the battery there, the catcher Riley O'Donovan, who's been solid defensively, but even better swinging the bat. 1-2 count. O'Donovan sliding out again. Pitch from Mack was nasty, but Tommy Chilecki was able to lay off. He is 1 for 2. Ball he got out on was very hard to center field. Love the way this guy swings the bat. Nobody out with a runner on first. Mack will throw over again. I think Lynchburg's done a good job using the bullpen because of circumstances and the scenarios. The fact that Lynchburg played 3 over the weekend. Whew. Nasty breaking ball from Nathaniel Mack. If you get Tommy Chilecki to strike out, you have done something. In fact, Nathaniel Mack is the only Lynchburg pitcher that has struck out Tommy today. And I have been very impressed from him. Travis Beasley on the trot to the mound. Players coming out of the dugout. So I think that's all for Nathaniel Mack, but he should feel great about that. Nathaniel Mack struck out 3 of the 5 he faced, exits the game with a 10-9 lead, getting greeted by the teammates there. And we'll get to see the new pitcher. It's going to be Bryce Demery. We have seen Bryce Demery swinging the bat in the cleanup spot. The order for Lynchburg, he is now in pitching. Demery started as the designated hitter. So now the DH is done. And the term that the coach will use to the umpire is kill the DH. We need to find a better term than that. But yes, that's the term that you use. That may even be written into the college rule book with that terminology. But Bryce Demery is not the designated hitter anymore. He is the pitcher. It's a move you can make, and Demery has pitched this season as well. Bryce Demery, in one appearance, he has a 0 earned run average. He gave up no hits, but he did walk 2, allowed no runs in that one appearance. Bryce Demery threw the ball back on February 24th against Marietta. This is appearance number 2 for Bryce Demery. He is the 6th pitcher Lynchburg has used in this game. Lynchburg used 4 in Game 1, the 6-3 victory. Game 1, it was Colin McGuire, Dominic Rollins, Austin Riney, and Mason McDowell. Rollins got the win. McDowell got his 2nd save of the year. Wittenberg scored 3 runs on 8 hits. They left 8 on in that game. Right now, Wittenberg has 9 runs on 12 hits. The Tigers have left 6 on in this game. As you get a look at some stretching going on for IV, O'Kelly McWilliams IV. Just staying nice and limber out there. It's almost a full yoga Pilates routine right there from O'Kelly McWilliams. I got to try that. I got to go back and review that footage and copy that routine to keep my body fresh for these double headers. And you know about the mind-body-soul connection as Tim LaDuca talks about the amount of innings today. Here's Bryce Demery. Give you a little mini scouting report. He is a hard-throwing left-hander. He has some pitching experience, but not much here at Lynchburg. Another guy, again, those Tim and I talked about, he's been working in the fall, even outside of the fall. He's been working in season on pitching, and the work is starting to pay off. 0-1 count. I would think the left-on-left matchup was part of the reason why Coach Travis Beasley went and made the move. I don't think you could call it anything ineffectiveness-wise from Nathaniel Mack. He looked pretty effective to me. But the Bryce Demery takeover may happen on the mound. 1-1 count. Runner at first base with 1 out. We are in the top of the 5th inning. It is a 7-inning game. Demery missed arm side. Now it's 2-2. It's 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yeah, there was a foul ball in there. Demery set just below the chin. Runner goes. Ground ball. Eric Hyatt stabs at that one. Pulls it in with the, don't know if that's the new mitt or he went back to the old one, but either way it did its job. And Lynchburg gets out number 2 of the inning. Hadn't seen Wittenberg use the running game too much. Might have been it was 2 outs, so probably not really a hit and run scenario. But there's a runner in scoring position. That would be the tying run here in a 10-9 game. Demery facing Matt Moore. Strike 1. For Bryce Demery, who is a junior from Bristow, Virginia. I mentioned the 1 appearance against Marietta. It was in a win, a close game. Lynchburg so good in the close games last year. 8-2 in 1-run games last year for Lynchburg. They're 2-1 in games decided by 1 run this season. And now Lynchburg is on the year 5-1 in games decided by 4 or less on a ball that was flared to the right, foul. 5-1 for Lynchburg in the quote-unquote 1 swing of the bat scenarios. Games decided by 4 or less. 5-1. Lynchburg is 6-4. So that tells you they've been in a lot of those games. 5 of their 6 wins have come in close fashion. 1-2 count. Demery deals, fastball too high. Hit the mid of Riley O'Donovan, but he couldn't maintain possession. And now it's a 2-2 count with a runner on third. Still working to get the details of this broadcasting thing ironed out. Caleb Fogarty is the hitter right now, not Matt Moore. Caleb Fogarty is in this DH spot. Another one where Riley O'Donovan had to really get active. Came leaping out of the frog stance to keep that ball from going off the backstop. Caleb Fogarty is 0 for 1 on the season in one game played. Struck out. See if Demery can get him to strike out for a second time this season. Full count, both benches coming alive. Big pitch, missed the plate. That's a walk for Fogarty. Now you get a left-hander, Xander Rodriguez. Lineup intact here for Mr. Rodriguez, who came into the game hitting .421, doubling a homer in there. Offensive timeout coming here as perhaps Coach Brian McGee wants a change. Yeah, maybe not. Could just be to talk about the scenario. It is 1st and 3rd. This is an area where sometimes coaches will run something of a double steal. It could be an early break at first base with a left-hander. Try to get action going on that way between 1st and 2nd. That would allow the runner from 3rd to score. At minimum, it's not bad to get that runner to 2nd. That would, of course, be the go-ahead run here in a 10-9 game where Lynchburg leads by 1. No change in the batter's box, so yeah, maybe just a discussion about how we're going to work our 1st to 3rd offense. Sometimes coaches will wait for 2 outs to get into that stuff. Other times they'll go ahead and run it early. Signs being given from the third base coach's box, even though Rodriguez was already in the batter's box there. 1-0 count with 2 outs. Ball in the dirt. Nice stop again by Riley O'Donovan. I think his defense has been pretty great today. Had that one snap throw on a ball in the dirt that caught a Wittenberg runner in between 2nd and 3rd. Lynchburg got an out. Demery with a strike right there at the knees, 2-1 with 2 outs and runners at the corners. Play from O'Donovan's probably going to get forgotten about after a long day of a lot of great baseball plays. Line drive up the middle. Rodriguez was on that one. He pounds it into center field. Runner nearly got caught in between 2nd and 3rd. Again, Gavin Collins cuts it but can't fire it into 2nd in time. And our game is tied. 10-10. High-scoring game right here. Lynchburg scored double-digit runs 19 times last year. I think Coach Travis Beasley might be making a double switch, which would include a pitching change. Lynchburg has scored double-digit runs twice this year, actually 3 times now. This is the 3rd time they've scored 10 in a game. Scored 10 against Birmingham Southern, 10 against Milliken, and now 10 in this game against Wittenberg. All right, let's pause for a moment. We'll get the new pitcher, for Lynchburg. Tied up 10-10. We are in the top of the 5th at Fox Field. The 7th pitcher of the game for Lynchburg will be number 24, the sophomore Logan Tapman. Logan Tapman got a save against York on Sunday. Pitched 4 innings there. Logan Tapman on the season is 0 for 0 with that 1 save. No wins or losses. 1.86 earned run average. He has struck out 6, walked 3, surrendered just 2 earned runs. That's on 9 hits in 9+ innings. Logan Tapman is back out in the top of the 5th for Lynchburg. I would think this would probably be a fairly short appearance from Logan Tapman. There is 2 outs with the runners on 1st and 2nd for Wittenberg. Tapman looked really sharp, relieving Nick Matfield in that game Sunday against York. The game Lynchburg won against the York Spartans. It's the Wittenberg Tigers right now, 1-0 count. I think it would be short because Tapman threw 4. Watch out. 1 hopper to Gavin Collins, handled that really nicely to get the final out. So it ends up being just 2 pitches for Logan Tapman. Who knows? Maybe we'll see the sophomore again for the 6th inning. For now, it's a tie ball game, 10-10, heading to the bottom of the 5th on LHSN. Ten runs apiece for each team. This man has accounted for a lot of them for Lynchburg. Riley O'Donovan. That was the first homer. That was a solo shot way back in the 2nd inning. Here's the grand salami. Had to go down and get that one a little bit. Did you see that, fans? That was well placed on that pitch. That was about knee height. Riley O'Donovan just rocking it out of the yard. He has 5 runs driven in. Riley O'Donovan is 2 for 2 with 2 home runs. Wittenberg is waiting on a catcher to warm up their pitcher. This will sometimes irk the umpire when you don't have one of your backup catchers out there, but I'm sure the backup catchers are in the bullpen. Speaking of catchers, Riley O'Donovan, in addition to driving in all those runs and slamming balls over the fence, he has looked really sharp behind the dish as well. O'Donovan is due up 3rd in this inning. It'll be Gavin Collins, Logan Webster, and then Riley O'Donovan looking to do more damage. A multi-home run game. The LHSN research department will now be scouring the archives to find out when the last time a Lynchburg player hit 3 home runs in a game is. Don't want to jinx Riley O'Donovan, but it's in play right here. Lynchburg scored 10 runs in a really weird / efficient kind of a way. They've only left 1 on base. Lynchburg has left 1 runner on base today. They've only got 6 hits. Lynchburg has been hit 1 time and 5 walks as a team. So that's in the range there of expected outcomes. We know Lynchburg walks just over 5 times per game. They get hit a lot as well. Lynchburg coming in to the day had been hit 15 times in 9 games. Lynchburg got hit. Gavin Collins, that'll stop that comment right in his tracks. What a piece of hitting right there from the senior. His 2nd hit of the game. That was really nice from Gavin Collins. He's aboard with nobody out. Just finishing the thought, Lynchburg got hit 107 times as a team last year. That was 1.91 per game. So right now they're slightly under that, but we've still got baseball left here in the bottom of the 5th inning. One more reminder, it is just a 7-inning game. Logan Webster wants the first, flares it to right. This is trouble. This is down. It was fairly deep. Webster's going to rip and run. Gavin Collins will get the stop sign at third. He'll hustle back. That's a stand-up double for Logan Webster. His first hit of the game. He actually doubled in game 1, and here he is, Riley O'Donovan. You got a base open here if you're Wittenberg. I guess I'm kind of playing armchair coach, but I have been sufficiently impressed with what Riley O'Donovan has done in his first 2 at-bats. We'll see how Wittenberg chooses to go after him. Ryan Long is on deck, by the way. Riley O'Donovan. Fireworks in his first 2 at-bats. Absolutely destroying the baseball. They will go after Riley. That pitch is outside, over the plate, though, for strike 1. 10-10 ball game. I think the key here for O'Donovan is to not try to do too much. Don't necessarily try to hit a home run. But the play is to get something elevated in the outfield grass with runners on second and third. You're looking for a sac fly at minimum. Double or home run would be even better. Here's the pitch to O'Donovan. Fastball upstairs, lets it go. Now, the approach looks sound to me. He doesn't look like he's itching too much. O'Donovan doesn't look like he's in chase mode. I think he is just wired in here. Riley O'Donovan, 2 for 2 with 2 home runs. Looking to be even more destructive in a 10-10 game. Another pitch, just barely nipped the edge. That's a great spot. Even for a guy that's plugged in with 2 home runs, even that is a tough pitch to hit. 1-2 count on Riley O'Donovan with nobody out. Webster at second, Collins at third. Here's the pitch. Fastball that was further off the plate. I think a good decision by Riley O'Donovan. Maybe a good decision pitching-wise as well. 10-10 ball game. You just don't get to say that enough. Although you say it a lot more in the college game, don't you? O'Donovan, just a laser up the middle. He's got himself at least 1 more RBI. Make it 2. Riley O'Donovan has driven in 7. He is 3 for 3 with a solo homer, a grand slam, and now a 2 RBI single. Have a day, Riley O'Donovan. An excellent piece of 2-strike hitting. He was not trying to do too much. He played that perfectly. Pinch runner coming in for Riley O'Donovan. I mean, what a day right there. Brandon Garcia will sub in as a hitter. We've got a pinch runner at first. Might be Ethan Smith. We'll confirm it in just a moment. Brandon Garcia did not start, got hit in the elbow in his final at-bat of the first game. And Coach Travis Beasley said, yeah, he wants to go. He probably could go, but let's just take it easy. Brandon Garcia will swing at the first one, flare it into left field, and that is the first out of the inning. Looks like we think we could get a number on the base runner for Lynchburg over there at first. Oh, Kelly McWilliams is up. We know that. Take strike 1. 0-1 count. On the leadoff man for Lynchburg, who is hitless in this game, but he's reached twice on walks. Pretty sure that is Ethan Smith over there, number 3, the junior from Midlothian. We saw him as a base running specialist last year. He's more than that, but that was his primary role on the team last season. Love Ethan Smith. 0-1 count as they take a toss to keep Smith closer. Breaking ball, missed the zone. McWilliams lays off. Kelly McWilliams was 1 for 4 first game today. 0 for 1 with 2 walks in this one. True table setter stuff. McWilliams has been hitting second a lot this season. And this is actually, I think, the first 2 games that he has led off, but I'll add the "I think" caveat to that. Because if you've been watching all day, you know we've screwed up enough other stuff. But we're going to lock in here for the final stages of this fun doubleheader. We knew this would be very competitive. I mean, we knew enough about Wittenberg. 32-10 last year. Tigers are 4-3. They've beaten 4 quality teams, including Ferrum twice, an ODAC team. So that gives you just a baseline right there as McWilliams will slash at this and foul it over Wakefield House to our right. 1-2 count. But we knew Wittenberg was going to bring a very stiff test, and we knew Lynchburg was going to be a very stiff test for the Tigers. Defending national champs have beaten 3 ranked teams this year. Fastball upstairs for ball 2. This is still Alex Nemunitis on the mound, a sophomore from Ottawa Hills, Ohio. Seems to have good stuff. Good action on the breaking ball. Got some velo. He's a shortstop. Oh, pulled the string there and got O'Kelly McWilliams with a changeup. Out number 2. That is strikeout number 4 of the game for Wittenberg pitchers. Benny Bombs. He's been on every time. 3 walks. As great as Riley O'Donovan has been, how about the day for Ben Jones? See if it continues. The only time Ben Jones has gotten out was a sacrifice fly that scored a runner in game 1. Won't count against his average. He had a home run himself there, a solo shot. Also walked 2 times in game 1. It's 5 free passes on the day for Ben Jones. He would love to get something to hit. It's a 1-0 count. He will put the bat on this and roll it to the second baseman. They'll go the short way for the 4-6 fielder's choice to end the inning. Lynchburg grabs the lead again. Riley O'Donovan slapping the 2 RBI single through. He has 7 runners driven in on the day, 7 of Lynchburg's 12, and the Hornets do lead by 2 through 5 complete. We're all in this together, baseball fans. We're glad we've got some Wittenberg fans tuned in. We know we've got a lot of Lynchburg fans watching, and hopefully just some innocent bystanders as well, some impartial baseball fans out there, potentially. Our LHSN team is incredible. They have not been messing up when I say we. It's me, Logan Tapman, still on the mound. Only threw 2 pitches in that last inning to finish out the top of the 5th. Lynchburg has used 7 pitchers. They actually went through 3 in that last inning. Judd, Allheight, Fischel, Belisle, Mack, Demery, Tapman in that order. 1-1 count. Logan Tapman threw 4 innings on Sunday. That's why I was thinking his window might be a little bit short today, but with just 2 pitches, I'm sure he's fine to come back out. Then you'll have a 3-day rest, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, before Lynchburg has to go to Bridgewater for the opening ODAC affair on Saturday. So I think Tapman's arm will be just fine. We have a substitute in the game. It's Mitch Macy. I believe we saw Macy play some defense or maybe even hit in the first game. Fastball looks like it's got some life out of the right hand of Logan Tapman. Yeah, Macy did ground out 6-3, I think, in game 1, if I'm not mistaken. 2-0 count as Tapman misses the zone there. More options still available for Lynchburg in the bullpen. Since we're talking about all these pitchers, maybe we can talk about some guys like sorry, I'm just scanning my list here, and I'm worried that I might run out of those pitching options. But yeah, you could potentially see somebody like O'Kelly McWilliams enter in this game. He's pitched once this season, so that could happen. You could have Cameron Main, who also has one appearance this year, and that's just 2 guys that have thrown already that have not entered this game. You could have some further options that exist that have not entered in a ball game yet this season. Good pitch from Logan Tapman to get the count full. There is 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. I don't think you will see names like Wesley Arrington or Nick Matfield or Josh Jorman. Those were the 3 starters this weekend for Lynchburg. Don't think you'd see those guys. Arrington threw 90-plus pitches on Saturday. So that's probably not something Lynchburg would be willing to do at this stage. You get into postseason play, all those things go out the window, but not now. Wesley Arrington will be completely fresh and ready for probably another start against Bridgewater on Saturday. Strikeout there for Logan Tapman. 2 in the books now. Sean Pokerock doing the catching again, by the way, if we didn't mention that. 2 down for the 9-hole slot in the order for Wittenberg, who has used so many different options, much like Lynchburg. And we're sorry if we haven't completely run you down on those changes. I think this is number 7, Braden Pfeffer, in the game. Facing Logan Tapman, the hard-throwing sophomore from Berlin, Maryland. 0-2 count. As Tapman looked to go with something in the breaking ball arsenal on that pitch. 0-2. Tapman kicks and fires to Pfeffer. Swings on it, lifted in the sky. No play available, and that's a foul ball. Lynchburg will have Eric Hyatt leading off. In the bottom of the 6th inning, a chance to add some insurance runs again. Lynchburg did add 1 insurance run of the bottom of the 6th, in the bottom of the 6th. In game 1, there's a big punch out for Logan Tapman. Back-to-back Ks, and the Hornets on top by 2 through 5.5 at Fox Field. A wild day of baseball. A 12-10 Lynchburg lead at the moment. We got Grayson Thurman checking in, the Lynchburg great, currently in the Toronto Blue Jays organization, saying it's unreal. He said this game is unreal right now. It is real. It is real, Grayson. We hope you're having fun. Anybody that's watched this stuff you had to have had fun. I know Wittenberg would have liked to get the win in game one, but you can't watch this exciting stuff and not be entertained. 1-1 count on Eric Hyatt. Hyatt is 2 for 2 with a sac fly in this game. He's driven in 3. Riley O'Donovan is driven in 7. The other 2 RBIs are from Quinn Madden. Does that add up to 12? Maybe. Close. Lynchburg, 12 runs on 9 hits, and still the statistical oddity, they've only left 2 runners on. Home runs will help with that, especially Riley O'Donovan hitting 2. 1-2 count on Eric Hyatt. Laid off that nicely. It's getting dark here in Central Virginia, I'll tell you that. 7-inning games were a great idea because with the cloud cover and the time of year, obviously, I don't know, we're getting 2 nines in. 2-2 count for Eric Hyatt. Woo! Smoked. Eric Hyatt has got his 3rd hit of the game. Don't forget, Eric Hyatt had a 3-run homer in game 1. I saw him in between games. He had a big smile on his face, as usual, and a pinch runner for Eric Hyatt. I mean, this is incredible, the way these coaches have used the roster. We've got Joe Munitz in the game as a hitter. This was a spot originally occupied by Bryce Demery. He went into pitch. Then Logan Tapman took over this spot in the order, and now it's Joe Munitz. I think, did we get Isaiah Street pinch running over there at first? Excellent. We're actually on it now. We are in midseason form now. It took 2 games. Joe Munitz will put a bunt down. He did this Sunday against York. Excellent job right there by Joe Munitz to advance the runner up. That's exactly what Lynchburg wanted. It's great when you can use and have some specialists like that. Speed with Street, bunting ability with Munitz. Great way to help the team. And now there is the 3rd, what would give Lynchburg a 3-run advantage, waiting in scoring position with great speed there with Isaiah Street. The hitter is Quinn Madden. He's driven in 2. Lynchburg currently leads by 2, 12-10. See how aggressive Street wants to get with the primary lead and the secondary lead. Of course, when you're talking about the secondary lead, you're talking about the shuffles or the hops or the vaults that a runner will get after the pitcher has started his delivery. And the primary lead is just basically everything you get before that. Street not extended too much. Madden takes a lash at that, sends it foul. Now it's an 0-2 count. Gavin Collins is on deck. He's 2 for 3 in this game. So some guys that really, we wanted to see them bust out and have great offensive performances seem to be doing that. Gavin Collins, by the way, career hits 150 and 151. What a resume for Gavin Collins. 0-2 count on Quinn Madden. Airborne, right side in the dark, cloudy sky. It's a long run even on a good day, and it's a foul ball. Second baseman tried to make a sliding grab there. It was one of those true triangle balls where the first baseman, second baseman, and right fielder were all about equidistant from where the ball was going to land. Great word to mix in there, equidistant. And it was always going to be a tough play, like I said, even on a perfect sky. But with the cloud cover and the sun setting, maybe some dirty baseballs after a long doubleheader day, it all amounts to a very tough play. And Quinn Madden will get new life here with an 0-2 count, 1 away. Runner at second is Street. Madden got into that. This is down the other line. Left fielder makes a good grab on the move. Street will be forced to stay at second. Probably the right play. You're probably going halfway there if you're Isaiah Street because you don't know if the left fielder's getting that ball or not. But he does, and it's out number 2. Yeah, Gavin Collins is 2 for 3. As the two teams are not the only ones making lineup changes, we're shuffling the personnel around as we'll say goodbye to our good buddy Kyle Ayers. Our first producer for this game has got to go to class or something. So now it's Tim LaDuca. He does everything. A true jack of all trades, and he is a master of some. But no one could master all the trades. Gavin Collins, to me, has mastered the art of playing third base and also a pretty darn good hitter, too. Takes fastball for strike one. There's a look at Isaiah Street scanning the outfielders. You need to know where they're at as a base runner. With 2 outs here, I think it's all green light around turn 3 there for Isaiah Street. Bet you they're going to send him on any base hit. Maybe even a bobble in the infield. Collins got the metal to this one. Long run. It's down. Street will come around third base and score. Lynchburg leads by 3. Hornets got what they wanted with the sacrifice bunt and getting some speed in there with the sub. And that's an RBI single for Gavin Collins. He probably wanted to hit it harder, but it looks like a line drive in the box score. And Lynchburg looks like they're leading by 3. 13-10 in the bottom of the 6th. Logan Webster, the left fielder, stands in. Doubled in his last at bat, doubled once in game 1. Off-speed pitch to Webster. Takes it for a strike. Here's a look at it. This ball just sinking in front of the right fielder. Right fielder was played deep. Maybe you can't fault him with Gavin Collins and those power numbers he has. 3 singles in this game for Gavin Collins. He's up to 152 now in the Gavin Collins career hit meter. 0-2 count. Might be not a terrible time for Gavin Collins to take off and try and get into scoring position. Fastball got Logan Webster looking, and that will end the inning, but Lynchburg does score 1 on 2 hits. They leave 1 stranded. We go to the top of the 7th. Let's see if Lynchburg can close it down for win number 7 on the season. Don't miss the conclusion on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Number 24, Logan Tapman, getting some more warm-up tosses in. We thought he might be out with the DH changes, but here's a big punch out from Tapman. Went with a high heat there. Logan Tapman picked up his first save of the season on Sunday. He would be in line for a win right here. Tapman entered when this game was 10-10. Logan Tapman has faced 4 hitters. He struck out 2 of them, and he's back out there. The complexities of how that pitcher DH slot works kind of befuddled us, but Logan Tapman is still there. And Lynchburg holds on to a 3-run lead now, thanks to some timely hitting from Gavin Collins. Also, Joe Munitz with the bunt there to bunt Isaiah Street over to second, bunt him up to second. Street came in place of Eric Hyatt, who got his 3rd single of the game. So many heroes in this one. And when you score 13 runs, you know you're going to have quite a few guys with multiple hits and multiple extra base hits and RBIs. How about RBIs? You want those? Riley O'Donovan's got 7 of them for you. Riley O'Donovan, a solo homer a grand slam, and then a 2-run single. That's all Riley O'Donovan did. Some outstanding defense as well. This has been a fun day. Lynchburg, again, 13 runs on 11 hits, and only 3 left on. So here comes a chat from head coach for Wittenberg, Brian McGee. He's in his 8th season at Wittenberg. Also coached at nearby Greensboro, who Lynchburg will play later on in the day. Coach McGee's going to sort of wander over to the Lynchburg dugout. I don't know what he shared with them. Seems friendly still at the moment. The at-bat continues. The umpire didn't do anything. I guess we wondered about Tapman in this pitching DH slot. So it could be that. Could be the light. Brian McGee could be saying, hey, my guys can't see. The umpire clearly didn't agree with that assessment because we're moving on. And how about 3 punch-outs in a row for Logan Tapman? Tapman's got it going here. Good life on the fastball. Breaking stuff is moving. It's just what Lynchburg needed right now. In a game where they used 7 pitchers, by the way, Logan Tapman appears to be cooking. Tapman has now struck out 9 on the season to just 3 walks, and he's ahead early in this at-bat. 0-1 count with 1 out to Tommy Chilicki. Props to him. He's been swinging one of the better bats we've seen today. Inside fastball that locked him up, but it was a ball. Props to Nathaniel Mack. I thought Nathaniel Mack threw the ball great, gave Lynchburg a couple big strikeouts to end an inning, just what they needed at that point. Fly ball to right, long run for everybody. How about Ben Jones coming from nowhere? Where did Ben Jones come from in that? Out of the clouds and in flight, Benny Bombs does it all. Some defense, some glove work. Here he comes. Watch. He's not even in your screen. There he is. What a catch. On the move. Tough angle going away from the infield. Kind of a 45-degree angle run. Ben Jones saw that ball no problem. This is so much fun. Lynchburg's really getting after it. Playing with the heart and soul again here. 2 down. And Logan Tapman trying to secure a win for his team. This would be a win for Tapman. Picked up a save on Sunday. This would be Tapman's first win of the season. Sophomore was 3-0 last year in 13 appearances. Had the great stat after March, I think 16th last year. Tapman only surrendered 4 earned runs the rest of the year. He was dynamite. And he pitched a scoreless 6th inning against Johns Hopkins in Game 3 of that national championship series. Tapman's got a 1-1 count. Here's a ball lifted into left center field. Logan Webster is there, and the ball game is over. Lynchburg wins it. They take 2 tough ones against a game-and-ready Wittenberg Tigers team. Lynchburg wins Game 2, 13-10. Riley O'Donovan drove in 7. Eric Hyatt was 3 for 3 with a sacrifice fly in there. Ben Jones was taking hits away and getting on base. Lynchburg used 7 pitchers in this one, and Logan Tapman finishes it off and wins it. This was so good here. Lynchburg celebrating 2 great wins. Back on track at Fox. Lynchburg is now 7-4 on the season. Lynchburg moves to 3-2 at home. Wittenberg will fall to 4-4. It was a 13-10 win for Lynchburg in this one. Hornets won game number 1, 6-3. Well, it has been a fun day. We're so glad you tuned in. We're going to sharpen up our LHSN broadcast. We'll be back and better than ever. Our next home game is not till March 16th. Lynchburg will host Roanoke right here at Fox Field. I hope you come join us in person or on LHSN. Hornets double dip at Bridgewater to start ODAC play this Saturday. First one at 11 a.m. They will go to Greensboro 1 week from today, and then a side trip to Pfeiffer 1 week from tomorrow for Lynchburg. So it's 4 in a row on the road. And then the Hornets are back at Fox hosting Roanoke on March 16th. All right, we've done enough damage for one day. We'll say so long. Hope you enjoyed the baseball. We sure did. Big win for Lynchburg. Yeah, how about that guy? A day we won't forget from Riley O'Donovan. 2 great wins for Lynchburg. They take it home here and move to 7-4 on the season. We'll talk to you again soon, baseball fans. Thank you for watching the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network.